September 2021, according to your records.
Yes, so when we look into our records, what we established is that the Usindiso building, sometimes in 2000, that's where we started having a relationship in terms of us supplying them with electricity. But also in our records, what it appears that on the 25th of September 2021, that's when credit control actually started issuing the preterm notice to the customer. So that would have meant that if should they not respond to that preterm, of which at the time they were owing
le kago ya Usindiso le gore go ile ga direga eng ka 25 September 2021 ngwaga wa 2000 ke ha City Power e simula go na le kamano le Usindiso ka mafoko a mangwe ke fa kago eno ile ya nna le kgokaganya motlakase mme e abelwa motlakase ke City Power mme a ba tlhalosa gore mo direkotong tsa bone go lebega gore credit control ile a ntsha kitsiso ka 25 September 2021 e tlhalosang gore kago ya Usindiso e ntse sa duele motlakase mme elanya gore ba kgaolele motlakase fa ile gore moreki ga dire dithulaganyo tsa go duela kgotsa ga tlise ngongore go epe mme fa kitsiso e ile tla then City Power e ne tlile go ba kgaolela motlakase.
Thank you, Dr. Mujai. Mr. Kosa, do you have a City Power any record of payment that was done after that period? All right. In line with that, Mr. Kosa, at paragraph 9.5, you set out an amount that was owing to City Power by Usindiso Ministries. Can you kindly confirm what that amount was as at 22 August 2023?
Yes, so by August 2022, what we have established that the Usindiso Ministry building was owing City Power about 4.4 million now in services in terms of electricity.
Thank you, sir.
That was the total at that time.
Thank you, sir.
Jaanong mo le di wilang mmotsa gore go ya ka a gona le direkoloto se le sa duela se re kotolo sa motlakase morago ga gore kitsiso ya gore ba kolota le gore ba tlile go tima motlakase e etswe re go zona tlhalosa gore nya ga gona rekote epe e tlhalosang gore go kile gana di dituelo dipe tse di leng di a dirwa mme mo ile di wila mo lebisa ko serapa 9.5 gore rekhoza a tlhalosa gore ke madi a kana kang a ile gore ka go ya Usindiso ene e kolota City Power ona a tlhalosa gore ka August 2022 ka go ya Usindiso Ministry building ene setse e kolota madi a kana ka 4.4 million mme go ne go sena dithulaganyo dipe tse di bontsha gore ba tlile go duela madi ao.
Thank you, Dr. Mujai. Mr. Kosa, kindly now take the chairperson as to the steps that have been taken by City Power intermittently in relation to Usindiso building. If you look at 9.6 of your statement.
Yeah, so beyond that point, then there are a number of activities that actually happened, transpired at the building. So the first activity that we have on our records was on the 27th of May 2021, where one of our service providers was then sent to the building to go and effect level 2 disconnection because of these amounts that have been owed to the city. So the service provider went to the building, and our record shows that they found that the meter was tampered, and they could well establish that the electricity connection was unlawful, and they effected successfully level 2 disconnection. So that is the first event that happened at the building. Subsequent to that, there was again a notice for us to disconnect the property. Obviously, through the process that I've explained before, to say that if we have successfully disconnected and through our own initiatives we established that they've reconnected, we then go back. So there was a disconnection notice, fellow electrician and their assistants. And this time, indeed, with law enforcement in the form of JMPD and other supporting structures within City Power. They visited the property on the 22nd of November, 2022, to also go effect disconnection on level 2. So they also successfully effected that disconnection, and they've issued the notice to the customer. Now, stop there, okay.
Moedi o ile a botsa records a gore ke dikgato dife tse le gore City Power ile ya di tsaya morago ga go bona kitsiso eno ya ntlha ya go kgaola motlakase mme o ile a mo lebisa mo serapa 9.6 records ona tlhalosa gore ba ile ba tsaya dikgato tse di farologaneng tlhalosa gore ka 27 May 2021 moabi wa ditirelo go tswa kwa City Power o ile a romelwa gore a go na kitsiso ya level 2 ya go kgaola motlakase ga level 2 go mongakago ya Usindiso mme o tlhalosa gore fa moabi wa ditirelo wa bone a na goroga ko kagong eno ya Usindiso ka di 27 May tsa 2021 o na lemoga gore mitara o ile wa sengwa kgotsa go ile ga kgotla khotliwa mitara kgotsa go kgaola ga motlakase level 2 go ka dirwa jaanong ka di 22 tsa November 22 November 2022 o na tlhalosa gore ba ile ba diri ka yene alaudi ba tsa tiriso ya molao rera ba JMPD le bone ba ile ba nna teng e le gore go ka ba ka kgona go tsenya tirisong kgaogo ya motlakase ya level 2 jaaka ile a tlhalosa gore level 2 e amana le dikgato difeng pelenyana mme morago gore ba tle ba tsenya kgatong kgotsa ba tsenya
Nzanzeka, while they were was initially disconnected for that level, and the customer had reconnected. They had reconnected themselves illegal. So he then saw it fit that instead of doing level 2, they can also proceed to do what we call level 3. So the service cable. And he has done so because he has, for us as
ba go tsenya tirisong kgato ya go tsenya level 2 mo tirisong ona tlhalosa gore re Zanzeka o ile a lemoga gore tota ka go eno ene santse na motlakase mo gorang gore bana le kgokaganyo e seng ka fa molaong ya motlakase ka yone nako e o ile a bona go tshwanela gore tota ba ka tsenya tirisong level 3 ya go kgaola motlakase mo go rang gore ba ne ba leboga dikotsi tsa pabalesego ne mo kagong eno e le gore ba e dirisa gore ba abele dikago tse dingwe tse di bapileng ka go tiro la motlakase go no go tlhokafala gore ba tle ba tsenya kgatong ya go kgaoga ga motlakase.
Thank you, Mr. Munjai. Mr. Kosa, we will return to the observations of the electricians that attended at the building on that date, in particular Mr. Nzanzeka. There is something that you tendered as evidence, a short. Can you just please explain the mutual service chamber, where it exists, and what it actually does?
Yeah, so normally in the inner city, because we've got buildings all around, what happens is that we then enter into an agreement, what we call servitude agreement between us as City Power and the owners of the property. So they create a space.
A motho a ka tshela mo go one mme e ne le matshwenyego ka gonne re gopole gore City Power e na le mutual service chamber a tswelela e ka dirisiwa.
Thank you, Mr. Kosa. Kindly take the chairperson through what occurred on 26 July 2023.
Okay. So subsequent to Mr. Nzanzeka's
26 July or 27th July, Mr. Nyanda?
26 July 2023.
Chair, it's the
Yeah, so on that particular day, our internal resource also went back to that particular property. Now, the resource was sent also to go and disconnect the property. And now I just have to explain because whenever any building, he went there with his assistants to go and disconnect the threads and so forth. So that's what transpired on that particular day.
Thanks, Mr. Kosa. Just to close that issue up so that we can give context to Chair as to how the 27 July then date comes up, which
Yes.
is the very next day. Can you kindly turn to the previous annexure that you did?
Connection.
And to the extent that it may not have been properly explained earlier, what does an operation mean?
Organize a mass success and seek help through an operation from different law enforcements. It can be SEPS, at times it's SEPS, JMPD, it will be our own internal action, and service providers. So all that being brought together to go for a specific to execute successful. So it gets led by our law enforcement. Thank you.
jaanong moeledi o ile a kopa gore re kgotsa a tle a ele tlhoko ka July 26 July 2023 ona moeledi o ne a kopa gore a ele tlhoko kgotsa a tlhalo ka letsatsi leo la 26 July 2023 re kgotsa na tlhalosa gore ba internal resource tsa go kgaola tirelo ya motlakase ko kagong eo o na tlhalosa gore fa ba gore ga ko ba ne ba leka gore ba
Being the name was of Lebo Mashele and the other of Tat Luwate, who went to the property to effect disconnection as well. So Mashele then left in the car while Luwate then went inside the building to ask for access to work there. So it seems like he managed to persuade them to get the access, but as soon as they realized that he was there to actually effect disconnection, they then gave him an ultimatum to say
Advocate Semenya.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Khoza, again, good morning.
Good morning,
Well,
sir.
Almost afternoon.
Oh, it's afternoon.
Let's go to page 262, which is the last document to your statement.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yes.
This is a date on which no access was given to your inspectors.
Yes.
Dated 24 August 23.
Yes.
This is now 7 days before the calamity we know as Usindiso.
Okay. Yes.
But this cannot be sustainable, Ntate Khoza, am I right? We can't have another Usindiso, right?
Yes. Yes.
So it is not enough for the city power to make regular visits that result in no result, and the status quo can remain in the future. Am I right?
Yes.
Something must be different, I'm suggesting to you. Am I right?
Yes. Yes. I would also suggest that indeed our aim is that when we visit properties, the aim of the visitation should always be successful. So it is not our intention for us not to be successful. And we solely depend on the availability of resources and other means for us to be successful in our visit. Thank you.
Ubufakazi ke buyaqhubeka ngokuthi Advocate Semenya ayise ufakazi ekhasini 262 lapho efike wambonisa khona umbiko owawubhalwe abaphenyi ababehambile beyohlola leli bhilidi. Lo mbiko ubonisa ukuthi abakwazanga ukungena ngaphakathi. Lo mbiko wawubhalwa ngomhla ka-24 August 2023. Khona ke uAdvocate Semenya ushilo kuye ukuthi lo mbiko ubhalwe wenziwa kusekusele nje izinsuku eziyisikhombisa ngaphambi kokuba kube usuku lwesigameko sokuqubuka komlilo okwenzeka. Khona ke ukuphosile kuye ukuthi akunakwamukeleka ukuthi kwenziwe uphenyo olufana nalolu bese lungabi nezithelo eziya phambili ezibonakalayo ukuvakasha kwabo bethi bayohlola kodwa ekugcineni sibe nesigameko ezifana nokuqubuka komlilo. Futhi wakubeka kuyena ukuthi bekuyinto engeke ibe yinhle ukuthi siphinde sibe nesinye isigameko esifana nesigameko saso Usindiso. Uvumile ufakazi umnumzana uKhoza ukuthi yebo ngempela nabo abakuthandi lokho, bafisa ukuthi uma kwenzekile balukwenza uphenyo lwabo lukhiphe izithelo lunqande umonakalo ongenzeka. Ngaso sonke isikhathi uma beyophenya beyovakasha balindele ukuthi bakwazi ukungena bakwazi ukwenza futhi lokho kuvakasha kwabo kube impumelelo.
I also suggest that all state resources must be deployed to avoid another Usindiso, right?
Yes. Yes.
Uphinde futhi uyakubeka kuyena ukuthi kufanele kusetshenziswe zonke inhlaka ezisuke zikhona ezibekiwe ukuze kugwemeke ukuthi siphinde sibe nesigameko esifana nesaso Usindiso. Ufakazi uyakwamukela ngempela ukuthi kufanele kube njalo.
I would surmise that when this intimidation happens, it gets reported to the police and a docket opened for it. No?
Yes, that would be the correct procedure. But in this case, we do not have any records which suggest that the matter was reported to the police.
What I'm suggesting is the complementarity that is required of all state agencies to achieve what you call a successful operation. Yes?
Yes.
Uyaqhubeka no beka phambi kwakhe ufakazi uadvocate Simenye ukuthi njengoba eshilo ukuthi ubeyolindela ukuthi zonke inhlaka ezithintekayo zisize ngokwesibonelo njengoba beye kuleli bhilidi bafike besatshiswa bangakwazi ukungena ubeyolindela ukuthi ngemva kwalokho uhambe kuyobikwa emaphoyiseni phela ukuthi asikwazanga ukungena kuleli ya bhilidi ufakazi uyasho ukuthi abanawo ama-record abonisa ukuthi kwenziwe lokho ukuyobika lolu daba emaphoyiseni khona ke uyakugcizelela njengesihlongozo sakhe ukhomishane uadvocate Simenye ukuthi bokuyoba kuhle ukuthi zonke inhlaka ezithintekayo ukuze phela ekugcineni kuthiwe uphenyo luhambelwa abayimpumelelo akuthintwe zonke izinhlaka ezikhona njengawo amaphoyisa nezinye inhlaka zibandakanywe ukuze kugcineni kuwonke kube impumelelo.
We go to the page before, which is 261. Another disconnection card, right?
Yes.
At the foot of that page, so says the inspector, the recommendation is that an operation be undertaken. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Ubeke manje esemusa ekhasini 261 lapha kuleli khasi kunekhadi elibizwa ngokuthi disconnection card khona ke kulo owayeligcwalisa ezantsi wabe sefaka ukuphawula kwakhe wathi kudingeka ukuthi kwenziwe lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ioperation uyavuma ngempela ufakazi ukuthi yebo kunjalo.
I just don't quite recall if I had your evidence correctly. Did this operation occur?
No, it did not. We don't have any records of operation having been organized after this particular job cuts.
Uyabuza futhi ke uadvocate ukuthi njengoba kwakukhishwe lesi sincomo ezantsi ukuthi kudingeka kwenziwe le operation ingabe yenziwa yini ufakazi uyaphendula ngokuthi abanawo ama-record abhaliwe abonisa ukuthi yenziwa le operation.
And the intimidation indicated on that document was not reported to the police. You have no such records, am I right?
Yes, you are correct. We do not have.
Kanti futhi nokwesatshiswa okwenzeka ngesikhathi beyozama ukungena kuleli ability nakho uadvocate ukubeka phambi ngafakazi ukuthi kwakhona akuzange kubikwe emaphoyiseni ngoba ama-record abanawo uyavuma ufakazi ukuthi uqinisile uma esho njalo.
The inadvertent message might be to those who live and connect illegally that it's okay, they'll come here, we'll just send them back.
Well, I think from my own perspective, it would not be the way it has been put. I think, like I've indicated earlier on, our aim when we do the visit is that we are successful in those visits. And failure to that, then it will mean that we now have to then employ other means to get access. So in this particular case, it would be seen that the technician who visited the property made a note and reported that an operation is needed. So once that has transpired, it will mean that we then have to engage our stakeholders who can assist us in an operation. So for us to do that, I must say that to the Commission that it depends on number of things. One, availability of the law enforcement, availability of resources for us to secure a particular date for operation. So it is not from my records or from my own experience to organize an operation. It's not something easy that within a day or two it can be achieved. So we really send out requests, and depending on the availability of the people who must assist us, we then effect that operation. So solely we are dependent on the other entities for us to be able to execute this. Thank you.
Advocate futhi uphinde ukubeka phambi kwakhe ufakazi umnumzana uKhosa ukuthi ngendlela okwenzeke ngayo kwakha isithombe sokuthi kulungile bazoza bafike bafuna ukungena bese sibanqanda ukuthi bangangeni ngemva kwalokho kuphelile. Kodwa ke ufakazi uthi cha akakubheki yena ngaleyo ndlela ngoba inhloso yabo uma behamba beyokwenza lolu phenyo kusuye befuna ukuthi kube impumelelo abakwenzayo. Ingakho ethe bathi uma bekwenzile njengoba kubonekele kule job card ukuthi kubhaliwe lapha ukuthi kufanele kwenziwe operation. Ngakho into abayenzayo ukuthi uma sekukhishwe izinqomo ezifana nalezi bese bebandakanya ezinye izinhlaka ezizobasiza ekutheni bakwenze lokho. Kodwa ke manje uthi kunezinto ezimbili ezisuke kuxhomeke kuzona noma kuncike kuzona ukuze kuphumelele. Okuqala ilokho akubize ngokuthi iavailability, ngamanye amazwi ukutholakala kwabantu abazobasiza bahambe bayokwenza le operation afuna ukuyenza. Bese okwesibili ilokho akubize ngokuthi ama resources noma izinsiza kusebenza ezidingekayo. Ngakho uthe awukwazi ukulala namhlanje kusasa ngenxa ukuthi kubhalwe ukuthi operation kusasa isiyenzeka. Kuthi kudinga isikhashana ukuhlanganisa lezo zinto bese bekwazi ukuhamba beyokwenza lokho okunconyiwe ke okuyi operation.
You can accept that I do not question the intentions of City Power, which I accept to have been good.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Uyabuza futhi ukubeka phambi kwakhe uadvocate ukuthi uyabona yini ukuthi akukhona ukuthi ungabaza izinhloso abasuke benazo njenge City Power. Cha, akukhona lokho, lezo inhloso akuzona into ayingabazayo. Uyakwamukela ufakazi ukuthi kunjalo.
You don't even know whether those resources were available a week after this date. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Uyaphinda futhi ukubeka phambi kwakhe ukuthi njengoba ebale ukuthi kudingeka nezinsiza akazi nakwazi ukuthi kungenzeka lezo zinsiza zase zikhona ngemva kwezinsuku eziyisikhombisa ngemva kuba kubhalwe lo mbiko. Uyavuma ufakazi ukuthi kunjalo.
I don't want it to come across as though there is a justification for why the operation did not happen. You follow?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Uyaphinda futhi ukubeka phambi kwakhe ufakazi ukuthi akafuna zwakale sengathi kuyathetheleleka ukuthi akuzange kwenziwe le operation. Uyakwamukela futhi nalokho ufakazi.
I just see, well, what I would call the legal architecture to explain everybody's role in making the city safe, including City Power. You agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Uyaphinda futhi ukubeka phambi kwakhe ukuthi lokho akushoyo uzama ukubonisa ukuthi uma kwenziwa ngokwezinhlaka zomthetho ngokubheka indlela umthetho ezomthetho zisebenza ngayo kufanele kwenziwe idolobha liphephe futhi abantu ababandakanyeka lapho bahlanganisa nayo iCity Power. Uyakwamukela futhi lokho ufakazi umnumzana uKhosa.
That tomorrow we are wishing for is where City Power, the police, the JMPD, everybody gets sufficiently involved that you don't lose 76 lives, right?
Yes, I agree.
Uyaphinda futhi ukubeka phambi kwakhe ukuthi kusasa uma kuphinde kuqubuka isimo esifana nalesi kulindeleke ukuthi zonke inhlaka zithinteke iCity Power, iJMPD bonke abathintekayo uma kuziwa nje ezintweni zenza idolobha liphephe babe nesandla kulokhu. Uyakuvuma ufakazi ukuthi ngempela kunjalo.
A notation in your document that says unsafe living conditions at 259 if you go there. At the foot of the page.
Yes.
A notation reading as I have, does it get shared with the other state agencies? Your fire, for argument's sake?
To my knowledge, no, sir.
Uyaqhubeka futhi uadvocate uyambuza ngoba uma emusa ekhasini 259 lapha ezansi kwephepha kubhalwe ukuthi abantu abahlala endaweni engaphephile noma enezimo ezingaba yingozi. Manje uyambuza ukuthi uma kunento efana nale ebhaliwe ukuthi kuhlalwa endaweni engaphephile, ingabe lento iyadluliselwa yini kwabanye abangase bathinteke ngokwesibonelo abezomlilo izicishamlilo? Uyaphendula ufakazi uthi cha ngokolwazi lwakhe akakwazi lokho ukuthi kwenzekile.
And we must find a coherent way in which this type of intelligence is shared amongst law enforcement officers, right?
I fully agree.
Ukubeka futhi phambi kwakhe uadvocate ukuthi kufanele kube nendlela eshelelayo yokudlulisela ulwazi olufana nalolu lusuka ngapha luya ngapha kulezi zinhlaka. Ufakazi uyavuma ngokugcwele ukuthi kufanele kube nento enjalo.
A recommendation of this commission to say we design a system for better intelligence sharing, you would support.
Yes, sir. I will support that.
Uyambeka futhi phambi kwakhe ukuthi uma le commission ingabhala izincomo ukuthi sincoma ukuthi kuqhanyukwe nolunye uhlelo lobuhlakani olungenza ukuthi kwabelwane kalula ngolwazi. Ingabe ufakazi uzokusekela yini noma kuxhase leso sincomo? Ufakazi uyavuma ukuthi ngempela angasixhasa leso sincomo esinjalo.
Because the provision of electricity is one of the enablers for habitation in a building, right?
Yes, I agree.
Ukubeka futhi phambi kwakhe phela ukuthi kube nokuhlinzekwa kukagesi ebhilidini kuyinto eyenza ukuthi abantu abahlala kulona bakwazi ukuphila kahle. Uyavuma ngempela ufakazi ukuthi kunjalo.
And it may be that occupancy estimated at 500 odd in that building was enabled also by the provision of electricity. Right?
Well, the term provision of electricity, I'm thinking from where I'm sitting would mean that we would have provided electricity. So from our side, we were not providing electricity, but seemingly the residents had access, illegal access to electricity. Thank you, sir.
No, I accept it was illegal.
Yes.
Uyaphinda futhi ukubeka phambi kwakhe uadvocate indaba yehlinzeko noma ukuprovide ukunikezwa ugesi ukuthi laba bantu abangu 500 ababelapha ya bebe nawo bethembele kusebenzeni kukagesi ngesikhathi behlela kuleli bhilidi. Ufakazi uthe ukubambeka kancane ngaphambi kokuba phendule isizathu sakhe esho ukuthi ubindwa ilamazwi athi provision of electricity kwazise bona uthi phela labantu ngesikhathi sebehlala ebhilidini base bengasanikwa yibona ugesi.
I may not have to go with you through the bylaws that are connected with the provision of electricity in the city. You're familiar with those, right?
Yes, sir.
Ukubeka phambi kwakhe futhi uadvocate ukuthi Asingeke asikho isidingo sokuthi ahamba aphinde umfundela imithetho kamasipala ephathelene nokuhlinzekwa kukagesi ngoba ufakazi ujwayelene naleyo mthetho ebekwe umasipala ngempela uyavuma ufakazi ukuthi ujwayelene nayo.
Okay. Then I won't go down that road. What would you suggest must be done again to avoid a Usindiso 2?
I think I'll speak from electricity point of view, and that would obviously to talk to access of illegal access to electricity and the challenges that we normally encounter specifically around the inner city. And well, in our various attempts to fight the illegal disconnections, one of the issues that are of challenge to us is that of space, because in times like this particular building, if space was readily available, it's easy for us to then relocate our infrastructure from the building, either to outside, with the hope that they will not get access, or it will be difficult for them to get access to electricity. So that's what, from my point of view, I think it can alleviate some of the issues around inner city. It's space availability for our infrastructure, so that whenever we have issues where people access electricity legal, then we can make it a little bit difficult as we relocate the infrastructure outside their premises. Thank you.
Advocate ubeke sekubeka futhi kuyena ngendlela esambuzo ukuthi fakazi ubengathi yini engenziwa ukuze kunqandeke ukuthi kusasa siphinde sibe nelinye ibhilidi elehlelwa inhlekelele eyehlele leli bhilidi losindiso ngomlilo. Uyaphendula ufakazi ukuthi uma yena ebengenza ihlongozo ikakhulukazi ke azokugxila kukho okuthinta ugesi, indaba yokukwazi ukuthi bakwazi ukungena uma kunezindawo ezixhunywe ugesi ngokungemthetho. Kodwa kwamanje kuseyinqinamba ephambi kwabo okungakabi lula ukulwa nayo ngaso sonke isikhathi uma bezama ukulwisana nalesi sihlava sokuxhuma kagesi ngokungemthetho. Uyaveza kodwa ukuthi into manje ababhekene nayo yilokho akubize ngokuthi phecelezi ispace noma indawo okungathi uma bethi bathatha ingqalasizinda yabo abayisebenzisayo bahambe bayoyibeka khona bayisuse lapho esuke isetshenziswa khona ngokungemthetho, kwenzela ukuthi laba bantu abaxhuma ngokungemthetho kungabi lula ukufinyelela kuyona. Manje ingqinamba sebhekene nayo lapha edolobheni nje ngokukhethekile ukuthi ayikho indawo yokwenza lokho. Uma benezinto abafuna ukuzithatha bayozibeka, akukho indawo abangabeka kuyona. Ngakho izihlongozo lezo abengazisho yena uma ebengalithola ithuba lokwenza kanjalo.
We have no further questions to the witness, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Siminya. Mr. Mgomezulu.
Thank you, Chairperson. It will be two questions of clarity. Good day, sir.
Thank you. Good day.
The notice appearing at page 259 and the others, I'll limit myself for now to 259, cites the address as 72 Albert Street. And throughout the proceedings, the building has been referred to as 80 Albert Street. Would that be a typing error, or the building is also known as 72 Albert Street?
Yes, so, to answer that,
Mr. Kosa.
Oh,
Chairperson, we are not, we approach you not because we are opposed to the question per se, but would like to clarify that insofar as the street address is recorded, it is common cause between everybody here that it is 80 Albert Street. However, if consideration due regard is had to the title deed in respect of the property, it is actually recorded as number 72.
Yes.
Chairperson, there are exhibits already submitted before the commission which demonstrate this differentiation. Perhaps in retrospect, we ought to have brought it to the chair's attention a bit earlier, but we believe then that this clarification would do away with the question, with your leave, Chair.
Yes. I think Mr. Kosa was at the point of explaining.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Mnyando.
Okay.
Mr. Kosa?
Oh, okay, thank you. I will attempt to answer the question. Yes, in our records, the account for the property is as stipulated that, and the account holder is Usindiso Ministries. We then have a stand number that talks to that particular property. So these are records that are held, as I've explained earlier on, at COJ. And from City Power point of view, when it is communicated, this is how we receive them. I think to further explain in terms of the number, maybe they can do that. But we're confident that is the property that we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The last question will be in paragraph 9.1 of your statement. Sir, you've made mention of the pre-termination notice issued to Usindiso Ministries.
Yes.
There is the annex is a spreadsheet. I wanted to check if there is a copy of that actual pre-termination notice is available and whether it can be made available to the Commission.
Okay, thank you. I should answer that. Yes, so as per our records, indeed, a pre-term was issued on this day, and I can also state it here that the spreadsheet that we see on the annexure, it's what we receive from credit control for us to effect disconnections. So those are the records that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Mgomezulu.
Umnumzana Mgomezulu ke usukumile ngemva kokunikwa inkundla yokuthi abuze imibuzo yokucacisa. Uma esukuma uthe unembuzo emibili nje kuphela angathanda ukucaciselwa kuyona kulokho sekukhulunywe ufakazi. Umbuzo wokuqala ubhekisele lapha ekhasini 259 lapho kunesaziso khona athe ubone ikheli elibhaliwe ukuthi alifani kuleya notice noma isaziso esilapha kubhalwe ukuthi leli bhilidi liku 72 Albert Street kanti sonke lesisikhathi silokhu le commission iqalile leli bhilidi kuthiwa liku 80 Albert Street. Ngakho befuna ukucaciselwa lapho ukuthi lokungafani kubangwa yini. Ubeke sukuma uMnumzana uMnyandu ummeli naye ukuthi athi ukucacisa ngaleyo ndaba. Ushilo futhi naye mayisukuma ukuthi cha akukhona ukuthi uvala lo mbuzo ukuthi ungaphendulwa kodwa angathanda ukucacisa kancane ukuthi ngokwamatayitela aleli ability sokuyisikhathi elokhu ebiza u72 Albert Street ngokwetayitela futhi ikhona nobufakazi kwi-exhibit abayifakile ebonisa lokho ukuthi itayitela belokhu libiza kanjalo ngisho ukukhulumeni sithi ngu80 Albert Street no sihlalo ke wekhomishani naye ungenelile wathi cha uyabonga futhi mhlawumbe nomnumzana uKhosa ubezokucacisa khona lokho uma umnumzana uKhosa njengofakazi esecacisa ke yena uthe onke ama record abanawo agcinwa iCOJ ngakho bawathola kuyona bona njenge City Power kubhalwe kanjalo ngakho angakusho yena ukuthi nje konke lokho kubhalwe lapha yilokho abakunikezwa kunjengoba kubhaliwe. Khona ke ube esephetha umnumzane uMgomezulu ngombuzo wakhe wesibili abethe uzowubuza kulombuzo wakhe ubhekise lapha ku 9.1 khulume ngalokho kubizwa ukuthi i-pre-term noma ilesi saziso othunyelwa sona kusengaphambili uma uzonqanyulelwa ugesi. Ubuzile ukuthi ingabe ikhona yini copy ekhona efakazela ukuthi ngempela siyathunyelwa le copy yale pre-term phecelezi wachaza ufakazi ukuthi yebo kwi spreadsheet abasitholile ku credit control yabo okuyiyona phela ebayalelayo ukuthi abayonqamula ugesi ikhona ngakho ngokufakazi kwakhe ufakazi wazi ukuthi kunjalo.
Thank you, Mr. Kosa.
Mr. Mnyandu?
Chairperson, there will perhaps just be 3 questions to the witness arising
Yes.
from the engagements with the evidence leader. Mr. Kosa, kindly confirm for the chair again, when were you appointed permanently into the position that you hold?
The general, the general manager.
Yes.
Yes, my current position is general manager, inner seat SDC, appointed effective from the 1st of January 2024.
That's 1st January 2024.
Yes.
Do you accept that what you were taken through by Advocate Semenya were various lessons learned
Yes. I
or
do
lessons
accept.
to be learned?
Yes, I accept.
In your own space, Mr. Kosa, you being general manager, with the power, as limited as it might be, that you have, are you able to advise the chair that whether or not you are committed to making sure that the lessons learned are effected so that we prevent, to the extent that we can, another Usindiso incident?
Yes, I can assure of that, and yes, there are pointers that I'm taking with me to my team in terms of both lessons and being proactive in terms of addressing issues. And I can assure the Commission that moving forward, our approach to different challenges that we experience within the inner seat will definitely channeled in a manner that they are effective and fast, such that we are able to prevent any of the incident that we have experienced. Specifically also with coordinating the other entities or other stakeholders that assist us from day to day. It is a lesson learned, and I think even from their side it will be understood that it is expected that we have a working relationship that is quite responsive, both in time and effectiveness. So definitely, yes, there is that commitment from my side. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kosa. Mr. Kosa?
Thank you, Chair. Ubeke umnumzana uMnyandu esephakamisa nje athi ayizinto ezintathu athanda ukuzibeka njengoba esegoqa. Okokuqala uhlome umbuzo wokuthi ufakazi umnumzana uKhosa ubekwe nini kulesi sikhundla sakhe njenge general manager. Ufakazi uthe uqokwe kulesi sikhundla ukuthi aqala ukusebenza kuso kusukela ngomhla ka1 January 2024 yilapho aqale khona ukusebenza njenge general manager kuleli dolobha. Ubeke esebeka kuye kwesibili indaba yokuthi ngesikhathi uadvocate Semenya ekhuluma ubuzile ukuthi uyavuma yini ukuthi kunezifundo ezisemqoka nezibalulekile abangazifunda kulokhu aye akusho. Uyavuma ukuthi ngempela ziningi izifundo azibonile nacabanga ukuthi zibaluleke kakhulu ezivezwe nguadvocate Semenya. Ubeke okwesithathu nokugcina wayesethi uyazibophezela yini phambi kwaleli komishani ukuthi konke lokhathi kuyizifundo bazokusebenzisa emsebenzini wabo. Ufakazi umnumzana uKhosa uthe yebo akuzwe lapha namaphuzu awatholile. Ucabanga ukuthi azomsiza kakhulu ukuthi kugwemeke inhlekelele efana nalena esikhathini esizayo. Uyavuma futhi ukuthi okubaluleke kakhulu manje ukusukumela phezulu izinto. Okwesithathu ukusebenza kahle lokho akubiza ngokuthi ucoordinator uma kuziwa kwezinye izinhlaka ababambisene nazo ama stakeholders. So nakho lokho futhi uthi manje ubone sekuqokonyiswa kakhulu ukuthi kufanele bathintane nazo ngokusheshsha futhi bakusukumele phezulu uma kunento edinga ukwenza kanjalo. Ngakho uyazibophezela kule commission ukuthi zonke lezi zifundo uzozithatha abelane nazo nethimba lakhe asebenza nalo kanye naleni eminye iminyango ukuze kungaphinde kwenzeke inhlekelele efanayo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Those are the questions for the
Thank you,
witness.
Mr. Mnyandu. Mr. Mnyandu, you'd like to have the statement admitted as an exhibit?
Indeed so, Chairperson. I'd like to beg leave that the statement of Mr. Asinio Kosa be admitted into the evidence bundle as Exhibit COJ 9.
It is so admitted.
In addition, Chairperson, there are 6 annexures to the statement. We kindly request that they be admitted as 9.1 to 9.6, and I will mention them.
Yes, 9.1.
Annexure AC1, being media articles on illegal connections. Annexure AC2, being COJ 9.2, being the pre-termination notice or communication. Annexure AC3, being COJ 9.3. Those are an extract of the SDC electricity disconnections report. Annexure AC4, being the City Power disconnection job card. Annexure AC5, being the City Power disconnection job card. And lastly, Chairperson, Annexure AC6.
Thank you.
We thank you.
Yes, I have an illegible document at 2.247 and 249.
Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Siminya.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The plan was to have additional witnesses who, by some miscommunication, understood themselves to be required later than today. So this is the business for the day. No?
Before we proceed, Advocate Siminya, let me excuse Mr. Kosa. Thank you very much for coming to give evidence before this commission. You are excused as a witness.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Chair. I distracted myself from listening. We have a witness, I'm told.
Yes, Mr. Mnyamen.
Yes, Chair.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Commissioner Mabena. Indeed, with the permission, Chair, I would like to call Councillor Mongamili Mnyamini to the stand. Chair, once again, his statement will appear on page 271 of the statements bundle. It should be the second last statement on the bundle.
Thank you, Mr. Sidumedi, I'm on the same page with you. Advocate Semenya.
We are.
Yes, you may swear in the witness.
Mr. Mnyamene, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon.
Advocate.
Yes, do you swear that the evidence you're about to give us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? When you do, if you do, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Advocate Semenya. Mr. Sidumedi.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Mnyamini, I'll be using your names interchangeably. Councillor, Mr. Mnyamini, depending on what comes to mind at a particular time. Are you on page 271, sir?
Yes.
Of the meaning
Yes,
laying
sir.
on that bundle, right? Do you see a document that appears on page 271?
Yes.
Do you
Yes, I will do it.
confirm, if you go to page 277, that it is a statement that you deposed to?
I confirm.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, in paragraph 1 of the statement, you indicate that you are a ward councillor
Correct.
for Ward 124.
Correct.
Am I correct? We'll talk about the functions of a ward councillor. I just wanted to confirm to the chair, what are the areas that form part of Ward 124?
Okay, thanks very much. Ward 124 is one of the biggest wards in the city of Johannesburg, in particular in Region F. Then is one of 18 wards. Then the area that is covering Ward 124, you're starting from Raffle Range, go to Main Street, go down to to Rand Stadium, go to Rosettenville Road, go to End Street, and you come to Albertina Sisulu, and you go down to Lilian Ngoyi. You go as part of a new town, it falls under 124. You go to Chest Street in Crown, it falls under 124. You go down to Chest Street where there was a small bridge, but now it's no longer a small bridge. Then it's big and it's being upgraded. Then you go to South Dale, around Marlborough, Hemerian Road. Then and you go also to Refer, is also 124.
Okay.
And also the end street is covered 124.
Okay. No, thanks for that. Because
Ayike ufakazi omusha ohleli ngaphambili umnumzane noma ukhansela uMnyameni uqale ubufakazi bakhe ngokuthi enze izifungo zokuthi konke azokukhuluma lapha kuzoba yiqiniso, kube yiqiniso lodwa. Ukwenze lokho ngokuthi aphakamise isandla sakhe sangakwesokudla bese ethi inkosi ingisize. Khona ke ummeli umnumzana uSidumedi uqale ngokuthi amuse estatementeni sakhe sekhasini 271 lapho amcelile ukuthi akabheke ku 277 bese eqinisekisa ukuthi ngempela yiso istatement sakhe. Ufakazi ukwenzile lokho, wayeseqinisekisa ukuthi isona istatement sakhe ngoba sisayinwe nguyena. Ubeke esesho ummeli umnumzana uSidumedi ukuthi kule ngxoxo njengoba kuzobe kuxoxwa uzosebenzisa isibongo sakhe umnumzana uMnyameni noma uma ethanda aphinda ambize ngokuthi ikhansela ngoba vele uyilo ikhansela. Kodwa ngaphambi kokubangena emsebenzini wakhe ukuthi imuphi umsebenzi owenziwa uye njengekhansela, umcelile ukuthi akakathi amchazele ukuthi ukuyiphi ward njengoba esebenza. Ufakazi ushilo ukuthi uku-ward 124 okungenye yamawodi amakhulu lapha edolobheni ngoba uzibalile izindawo ngobuningi bazo elihamba isiceme sakhe sifike kuzona kusukela uma ebala iRaffle Range iyehle njalo ku Main Street, Rosettenville End Street, Albertina Sisulu, William Ngoyi, Chest Street, South Dale. Yizo zonke izindawo lezo azibalile kuze kuyofika eCliprefer. Zonke lezi izindawo ezingaphansi kwakhe njengekhansela la ku Ward 124.
am I correct to assume that Usindiso building falls within your jurisdiction?
You're correct.
Okay. Now, you indicate in paragraph 4 that you became a ward councillor in 2017. Am I
Correct.
correct? Can you just briefly explain to the chair what is the role of a ward councillor?
The ward councillor is elected by the residents of that particular ward, and the ward councillor must represent then the resident, the constituents of that particular ward at the council level. And he must then raise all the issues, the complaint, then the needs of those residents to the council, and also raise all the problems, all the concern to the relevant stakeholders, and also to some organs of the city. For example, then raise the issue, if they have the issue with water, then the ward councillor must raise those issues. If they have a problem with potholes or the robots that are not working, is also the responsibility of the ward councillor to raise those issues immediately without fear or favor. And also, he also champion advocate for the needs of the community at the council level, where he raise maybe to put some motion that will then benefit his residents, his constituency, the people that have voted for him. That is what the ward councillor his duty has to do. But I think it's important that I can put it clear to the commission that the ward councillor over and above, that is what is required for him to do. He doesn't have a budget. Then he does that by escalating all the matters, all the issues to the relevant people so that they can come in and intervene and implement all those issues. And the ward councillor must come back and report back to the constituents, his community.
Uqhubekile ke ummeli umnumzana uSidumedi ngokuthi ambuze ukuthi leli bhilidi lasosindiso ukubeke phambi kwakhe leli bhilidi lasesindiso usindiso lingaphansi kwesigceme sakhe asibhekelele njenge ward councillor. Uyevumile ufakaza ukuthi ngempela le bhilidi lingaphansi kwendawo abelwe yona. Ube futhi esembuza ukuthi uqale nini ukuba i-councillor kuphansi kuvela ukuthi uqale ngo-2017 umnumzane uMnyameni. Ubeke manje semcela ukuthi ake uthi uchaza indima yakho nomsebenzi owenzayo wena njenge-councillor ubekelwe ukuthi wenzeni. Uzibalile ufakaza umnumzane uNyameni izinto abazenzayo. Kokuqala uthe ukuze ube ikhansela uqokwa abantu awuzibeki wena, abantu abasuke bekukhethile ukuthi siyakhetha ukuthi ube ikhansela ukuze usimelele. Ngakho yena uhamba phambili emelela abantu ezidingweni abasuke benazo. Izidingo ke zisuke zihlupha abantu zonke, ubale ezinye zazo ngokwesibonelo emgwaqweni amarobot awasebenzi, kunemigwaqo inemigodi, amanzi, zonke lezo zinto yena njengekhansela uyena ohamba phambili, ahamba ayozikhuluma uma kunomkhandlu, afika amelele umphakathi asuke ewumelele ngalokho. Kodwa uyakucacisa ukuthi ukuba ikhansela ke ukhona into osukungenayo, yilokho kuthiwa isabelo mali noma ibudget. Kodwa uyahamba ayokubika kwabafanele okufanele kube yibo abayikhiphayo, abachazela ukuthi sinesidingo esifana nalesi emphakathini engiwumelele.
You did indicate in your testimony that you would report back, or you get issues from the residents to escalate to the council and you report back. What forum or fora do you use as part of your report backs or engagements with the community?
What I do, I hold public meetings. That is where I report back about all the issues that the community have asked me to escalate to the municipality or to any entity. Or even if there is any development that is coming, any opportunity that is coming to the community, I use the same platform to convene the public meetings. That is where I then report. Then, as I said, Ward 124 is one of the biggest wards. It's got 7 voting stations. Therefore, I then rotate my public meetings so that I can cover the rest of my constituency. Because if I only hold one public meeting in one place, let's for example in Tafontein, Forest Hill, for the people that are staying in CBD, it will disadvantage them. Then it's better to rotate the public meeting so that everybody can get an access, can feel that is well represented.
Ubuzile ke ummeli umnumzana uSidumedi ukuthi ngoba ethe umsebenzi wabo njengamakhansela ukuhambisa izikhalo azidlulise bese uma sekutholakala impendulo abuya azibuyise futhi kubantu abasuke bemqokile. Ubuzile ukuthi iyiphi inkundla oyisebenzisayo yokuxoxa nokubuyisela kubantu izimpendulo phela zezikhalo zabo. Ushilo ukuthi isithangami ke asisebenzisayo kuba yimbizo zomphakathi lapha biza khona umphakathi bese uchazela ukuthi ngithumile nathi ngiyokhala ngalokhu nansi impendulo eseyibuyisela kuyona. Kodwa ngenxa ukuthi le ward iward 124 yenye yamaward amakhulu inezindawo zokuvota ezingu7 ngakho into ayenzayo ukuthi imhlangano noma lezi izithangami zomphakathi ayishintsha shintsha angazibambele endaweni eyodwa uma ngokudlule wayeyibambele eTefontein ayishintshe ayibeke kwenye indawo kwenzela ukuthi isondele emphakathini asuke efuna ukukhuluma nayo.
Thanks, sir. Now, zooming into what is the subject of this commission, you indicate in paragraph 13 of your statement that your first encounter or you being aware of Usindiso building was in 2018. Can you just explain that to the chair?
Okay. Then when then Mayor Herman Mashaba, he was in power during a DA-led administration, then he came to my ward, we did a walkabout, and we went also around Usindiso, and it was then found that the building doesn't sound structurally, therefore the building was declared that is not good for the people to stay there. Hence also there was a part of that building called a clinic. Then it was then closed by MMC of Health, it was Mpopalaza by then. Then the building was closed. That is when I came to know fully about then the building of Usindiso.
Mr. Koza?
Ubeke esemcela ukuthi aye estatementeni sakhe sekukhasi 13 lapho ufakazi esho khona ukuthi waqala ukuzwa kwafika ezindlebeni zakhe ukuthi kunaleli bhilidi laso Sindiso ngonyaka ka2018. Uyavuma ufakazi ukuthi ngempela kwabanjalo ngaleso sikhathi owayesehundunankulu kwakungumnumzana uHerman Mashaba oweyinhlangano yeDA ngaleso sikhathi uthi bake bahamba ngempela bahamba bebheka lamabhilidi baze bafika naso bhilidini laso Sindiso lapha abathi uma belibuka belihlola babona ukuthi alifaneleki ukuthi kungahlala abantu kanti ke enye into eyayikhona lapho kwakunomtholampilo eceleni owayengu MMC ngaleso sikhathi uMpho Palatsi wabe esethi nalo mtholampilo kufanele uvalwe.
Right. Now, yes, that walkabout happens, and now you explain in paragraph 14 that in your understanding, so you said there was a pronouncement by the then mayor that the building is not sound, right? Those are the words that you used. And you are now saying in paragraph 14 that you had a particular understanding of the occupancy of this building. And just explain that understanding to the chair.
Okay. As that building, there were some women that were staying there, abused women and children were staying in that particular building. Then now, as after the building was declared that was no structural sound, then now a proper audit was supposed to be done, then so that those women and children will be getting alternative accommodation. Then also, on my understanding is that if somebody is being abused, staying in the shelter or anywhere, does it mean that particular person is going to stay there for the rest of his life or of her life? But then if that particular person need to be assisted or capacitated by the city or by any NGO so that he can be able to stand up and go back to the community and stand still on his foot and able to work. It doesn't mean that no, those abused women and children were indefinitely to stay there for the rest of their life.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, can I correct something that I said earlier on regarding Mayor Herman Mashaba? I said in Zulu Undunankulu, which it's a mistake. He was a mayor. Can I please
Yes.
correct that? Thank
Yes,
you.
you may, Mr. Khoza.
Thank you, Chair. Ngaphambili bengimane nje ngilungisa ngaphambili ngithe umnumzana uHerman Mashaba wayengundunankulu kanti wayeyimeya yedolobha yilokho bengicela ukukulungisa. Ngakho manje uqhubekile ke ummeli mbhekisa lapha ekhasini ngu14 lapho khulume khona ngalabo abantu ababehlala ngaphakathi kuleli bhilidi noma lesi sakhiwo. Uchazile ke ufakazi uma ekhuluma ngabo ukuthi ngokuqonda kwakhe naye njengekhansela abantu ababehlala lapha kwakungabantu besifazane, abanye babo abaningi baba behlukumezekile ngoba kwakuyindawo yokukhoselisa bona. Kodwa indlela ebheka ngayo wayazi ukuthi laba bantu besifazane babengeke bahlale kule ndawo phela unomphelo. Kwakuyodingeka ngesinye isikhathi baphinde babuyele emphakathini, baphinde bahlale nawo, baphile impilo ejwayelekile. Ngakho wayecabanga ukuthi ngesinye isikhathi kuyodingeka batholelwe indawo ababezokwazi ukuhlala kuyona.
Right. And then you explained then that in paragraph 15 and 16 that sometime in July 2018, you accompanied the JPC official, Mr. Manganyi, on a visit to Usindiso. Just explain to the Commission what was the purpose of that visit and the outcome thereof.
The purpose of the visit, it was important that the city, before the city cannot just take people, kick them out of the street. Then they need to do a proper audit and do the verification for all those women that were referred by social worker to stay there that were abused. And we understand that there were not only those women that were referred by the social worker by then. Hence, the audit was important so that it can be done, so that we know who are those people who are staying there. Can they be able to stand up on themselves? Are they able to go and rent and are they working? That the purpose of the audit was that, so that when the building, as it was said, that is no structural sound, they know that those who are able to stand on their own, they will be able to be given an opportunity to go and look for the places to stay. And those who are unable to look after themselves, they will then be given alternative accommodation that is safer for them.
Ubeke semcela ummeli
I'm sorry, there's another question that...
No, we can pause there.
Okay.
Then we'll then get to the second part of the statement, of the question.
Thank you, Chair. Ube semcela ke ummeli ukuthi akachaze lapha ngoba ekhasini ngu26 kuvela ukuthi yena kanye nesikhulu umnumzana uManganyi bahamba baya kuleli bhilidi baye beyolhlola. Ngakho ubuze imibuzo emibili ummeli ukuthi yayiyini inhloso yokuya kuleli bhilidi futhi babefuna ukuthi umphumela wokuvakasha kwabo kuleli bhilidi ube yini. Ngakho ufakazi useyuphendulile umbuzo wokuqala oyenhloso yabo uthi phela njengoba babecabanga ukuthi labantu ngelanga kufanele baphume bayothola indawo, ngakho into yokuqala befuna ukuyenza kwakuqinisekisa ngabantu abalapha ukuthi bangobani. Abanye abantu abalapha babethunyelwe osonhlala kahle, kodwa bakhona babengenile bengazange bathunyelwe usonhlala kahle. Manje ukwenza lokho ukuthiwa i-audit, ukuhlola, kwakuzosiza ukuhlukanisa kahle ukuthi ibaphi abathunyelwe osonhlala kahle ukuthi beze lapha, ibaphi abangathunyelwanga osonhlala kahle. Okwesibili, kwakuzosiza futhi ukubona ukuthi uma bephuma la, obani abangakwazi ukuthi uma bephuma bakwazi ukuziqhubekela nempilo ngaphandle, obani abangeke bakwazi ukuziqhubekela bazimele, labo abangase badingeka ukuphinde batholelwe enye indawo. Ngakho kwakuyinhloso yabo ke yokuvakasha ngalolu suku la ngoJuly 2018.
Right, so you are still about to explain, you have explained the purpose. Now, was that purpose of the visit achieved?
No, unfortunately, it was not achieved. When we went there, get inside, the women that were staying there couldn't able give us an opportunity to engage them. Then the situation was very tense. They rejected us. They even manhandled us. Then we decided to leave the premises because what came to our mind, we're not going to reiterate because those were the women, abused women. And mind if we're going to respond to that as both of us as men, we go there, it was going to be something else. The men were abused women in a shelter that was given to the abused women. Then we decided, so let's move away.
Okay.
Umbuzo ke manje uyaqhubeka kulo yawuqala ukuthi inhloso yabo bakwazini ukufinyelela umgomo walenhloso ababezibekele yona. Ufakazi uthi cha, asikwazanga. Asinikwanga ngisho ithuba nje lokuthi sikwazi ukuchaza esasize ngakho. Laba yabesifazana ababelapha impela baze basibamba ngesidlozana. Nathi sabona ukuthi uma singathi sizama ukuziphindiselela laba besifazana abahlukumezekile kuyoba sengathi sihlukumeza abantu besifazana abahlukumezekile bebe besendaweni yabo abakhosele kuyona njengabantu abahlukumezekile. Ngakho asikwazanga ke nathi ukuthi siyifeze lenhloso esasihlose ukuyoyifeza ngalolu yasuku.
Right. Evidence has been I've been reminded by my colleagues that it is that time for lunch, so I'm not sure how does the chair understand. Maybe will this be an opportune time for us to take a lunch break? And then
I'll
we
be
can-
guided by you. Would you like to pose your last question?
I think, Chair, maybe one last question before we get to the invasion.
Yes.
The evidence was led before this commission that the JPC, after that visit that you was unsuccessful, the JPC was able to gain access to the building. Please, were you part of that blitz, as it is colloquially called?
No, I was not part of the police, but I was informed before. But due to some commitment, I couldn't be able to attend. But then I did get a report, a feedback, how did it happen?
Ubesebuza ke ummeli ukuthi ngemva kokuba bona behlulekile ukungena ngalolu yasuka befuna ukungena ngalo kodwa le commission izwile ukuthi iJPC yakwazi yona ukuthi ikwazi ukugcina ikwazi ukungena ngaphakathi. Manje uyabuza ukuthi ingabe yena ufakazi ingxenye yini yalelo thimba elakwazi ukungena ngalelo suku olilandelayo sekungena iJPC. Cha uthi wayengekho ngenxa yokubopheka nezinye izibopho zeminye imisebenzi wayengekho kodwa bambikela ababekwazi ukungena beJPC wawuthola umbiko ukuthi bahambe kanjani.
Chair, I think from a evidence point of view, this is the most appropriate time for us to
Yes,
take a
we'll
break.
take a lunch adjournment and reconvene at 2:00.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Mongameli, yeah. When you adjourned, you spoke about the police that you went to. Now, if we now move towards events of late 2018 and 2019, you say in paragraph 2 that as a ward councillor, the residents of Usindiso building complained to you about the threats that they were receiving from the nearby informants. Can you just explain to the chair what was that all about?
I don't know, is my mic on?
It is on.
Oh, okay. No, the residents of as Usindiso, so those women that were staying there, they complained that they were receiving threats from residents of Emaklosen informal settlement. They wanted to invade then the premises. Then they said, can you please intervene, because we are scared, we are only women, but we can't be able to stay with men in this facility. That's what happened. Then I intervened. Then we had a meeting with then the people of Emaklosen. Then where I told them that they can't be able to go there, they're not allowed to go there, because that facilities was only designed for abused women and children, and not anyone who can just go there. Even the abused women and children were referred by the social worker. No one was just walk in to go there. He was supposed then to be referred. And also, I also told them about the issue of the building, including its building itself, including the clinic, that is not structural sound. Even those women, there is an audit that was supposed to be done for them to be relocated to a safer place. Even they themselves, they are not allowed to go there, to stay there.
Ramojai?
Moeledi o ile a botsa mokhanselara Mnyameni lebana le ditiragalo tse di ne tsa direga ka ngwaga o elang boelong jwa 2018 mmogo le ngwaga wa 2019 gore jaaka e le mokhanselara wa ward baagi ba kago eno ya Usindiso ba ile ba nna le dingongorego tse ba ile ba di tlisa go ene. Jaanong potso ke gore e ne le tsa mofuta mang? Mokhanselara Mnyameni o ile a tlhalosa gore baagi ba kago eo ba ngorega ka kganya gore baagi ba kwa Emanxhoseni ba ile gore ke banna ba ne ba batla gore ba tle ba tsenelele mo lefelong leo le gore ba nne mo go lone. Mme le fa go ntse jalo lefelo leo tota le diretswe basadi ba ile gore e ne le lefelo la basadi le bana fela, ka jalo banna ba ka seke ba kgona go tla go nna fo le bone. Jaanong mokhanselara o ile a kopana le baagi bao ba Emanxhoseni mme a ba tlhalosetsa mabaka a go bo goreng ba ka seke ba letlelelwa gore ba tle go dula mo kagong eno. E reka kago eno e diretswe basadi ba ba tlhokofaditsweng mmogo le bana. Mme ga se gore ba itlela fela basadi bano le bana bano, gona le mo ke ba ile gore ba tlisitswe ke lefapha la katlatlelo loago kgotsa di social worker ba ile gore ha ba fitlha mo ba tswa ka ntlha ya bone. Jaanong se sengwe gape ke gore kgang ya kago ka bo yone e ne sa itsetsepela, mme ba ne ba le mo dithulaganyong tsa gore ba fuduse basadi bano le bana bano ba ba tlhokofaditsweng gore ba kgone go nna kwa mafelong a ile gore ba balesegile. So go ka se kgonege gore baagi ba kwa Emanxhoseni ba tle ba tle go nna mo kagong eo.
Now, in paragraph 19, it seems as if now those threats that were made by the residents of Emanxhoseni did actually happen in terms of them moving into Usindiso, as you say in paragraph 19. Can you just explain that to the chair and the commission at large? What steps then you take when once there was forceful moving into the Usindiso building by the Emanxhoseni residents?
The first step that I did is to inform then the relevant entities of the city, that was a JPC, where that facility belongs to, and also reported to a JMPD, then also including the subs, so that there can be a proper raid that can be done. But before the raid can be done, there was a meeting that was held, was convened, including with the people of Maxhoseni. So it was put clear in that particular meeting that was held at COJ Cronier building. Then it was also social development was also part of that meeting. And it was put clear to them that even those women that are staying there, there's a process that is underway for them to be verified, to be audited, so that they can be moved from that building. Therefore, also they must vacate that building, that place. They are not allowed to stay there. Those are the steps that I've taken to escalate as the ward councillor.
Mo Serapa 19, moeledi o ile a bua ka kgang eno ya matshosetsi a na dirwa ke baagi ba ko Maxhoseni. Ona botsa mo councillor gore jaanong ke dikgato dife tse ene ana di tsa morago ga tiragalo eo. Mo councillor o ra tlhalosa gore selo sa ntlha sana se dira ke go itsisi ditheo tse di maleba mo toropong jaaka JPC e reka e le bone beng ba ka go eo. Me gape o ile a begela ditheo tse dingwe tse di tshwanang le JMPD le SAPS gore go kgone go nna le go tlhotlhomisiwa go dirwang ka tsela e tshwanetseng. Le fa go ntse jalo na tlhalosa gore pele go ka dirwa ditlhotlhomiso tse di jalo o ile gana le kopano e ne ya dirwa le baagi ba Maxhoseni, me bangwe ba ile gore ba ne ba le teng mo kopanong eo e ne le ba lefapha la tlhabololo ya loago kgotsa social development e le gore ba tle ba ba tlhalosetse ka phepafalo gore maitlhomo le maikemisetso ke eng ka kago eno le baagi ba ba nnang koo, ka gonne ba ile ba tlhalosa gore tota le basadi le bana ba ile gore gone jaanong ba mo kagong eno ba mo dithulaganyong tsa gore ba fudusiwe ba ntshiwe mo kagong eno ka gonne ga ya babalesega. Kago eno ga ya direlwa gore batho ba tle ba nne mo go yone kgotsa maemo a kago eno ana sa tshwanela gore batho ba ka nna mo go yone.
Right. So now the building, as you say, it was now invaded by the residents of Maxhoseni. You make mention of the intervention that you made with Pick It Up. And just explain to the chair, how did that arise?
Okay. Then, while I receive a complaint to the people who are staying around at Usindiso, to be specific, the resident, there's a facility called Elangeni. Then there's a rental there. They complained to me that they're not safe and the rubble is being dumped all over the place and is affecting them. And any place that is not healthy, everything, it create a high rate of crime. I then said, no, let me engage the Pick It Up. When I engaged the Pick It Up, I said that I cannot legalize what is happening there, the invaders, by saying that let them Pick It Up to provide the bin, those ones that's got the wheels, because those bins are given to the people that are vending illegally. But I then said that, can you provide a skip bin that will be then be put outside of Maxhoseni, next to the entrance, so that they can be able to throw their rubble there, so that it can address the waste that is being dumped all around the area. That is affecting the business around and the people that are around there. Even there's a mini rank there, then those people were getting affected by what was happening there. Then that is my intervention that I did. I did escalate it to a Pick It Up, and the Pick It Up did that. They provided a skip that it was a CLB depot.
Jaanong jaaka go ne go bonala gore moeledula a tlhalosa ka ganya gore baagi ba emaxhoseng ba ile ba tsenelela mo kagong eno ya eno ya Usindiso jaanong go ile ga diragala morago ga foo re mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore o ile a amogela dingongorego go tswa ko baaging ba dikago tse dingwe tse di mabapi segolo jang mo kagong ya Elangeni ba ile ba ngorega ka matlakala a ile gore a ntse a tshololelwa gaufi le bone a mo le gore a baka kotsi ya boitekanelo mme ka ntlha go setse go le matlakala go sa phepafadiwa seno gape se ka ngoka basenyi kgotsa disenyi le dikebekwa mme se e ka dira gore karolo eno kgotsa tikologo eno e tle nne lefelo la bosenyi jaanong mokhanselara a re o ile a isa kgang eno a e fetisetsa kwa lephateng lengwe la toropo e leng Pick It Up setheo se le gore se berekana ka matlakala jaanong o ne a tlhalosa gore a ka seke a dira gore se batseneledi bano ba se dirileng e nne kgang ya semolao ka gonne ga go mo matleng a gago le fa go ntse jalo o na kopa gore ba Pick It Up fa e le gore ba ka tlisa metomo ya matlakala gore fa ba ntse ba latlhela matlakala ano a se ka wela fela gongwe le gongwe go na le moo a tle a tsengwe mo metomong eno mme ka gonne matlakala ano jaanong a na setse a ama dikago tse dingwe le ditiro le dikgwebo tse le go di a direga mo tikologong eno o ne a tlhalosa gore go na le ditiro tse di tshwanang le renke potlana e le gore ya dirisiwa koo ka jalo fa go na le matlakala seo se ne se dira gore ditiro tsa batho ba bangwe di tle di amege ka tsela e e sa siamang o ne a tlhalosa go Pick It Up ile a dira fela jalo ile a tlisa motomo wa matlakala o le gore o ne tswa ko depo ya Selby.
Now, as you all know, on the 31st of August, 2023, there was a tragedy at Usindiso in the form of the fire. Can you just explain to us as a ward councillor, what was your involvement or any role that you played on that day?
During that disaster, I received a call around 3:10 or to 3:15 in the morning, early hours of the morning. Then one of the residents told me that there is a fire at Emaxhoseni. I have to run there, drove to Emaxhoseni. When I arrived there, I found that the firefighters were busy with the EMS, trying to extinguish the fire, trying to save the people that were affected with fire. And there were a lot of dead bodies on the ground. But then at least I was happy to see that at least the firefighters were doing a great job trying to save the lives, because there were people who said that we were there, but at least we managed to escape, get an assistant. Then from that day, I couldn't sleep until I think about 4 days consistently. I was always there, 24/7. Then assisting the victims, those who lost their families, those who lost their loved ones, by making sure that through disaster management, everything is captured properly. All those people who were staying there, and those who were not being known whether they have passed away, they have succumbed to fire. If the families are coming, we then refer them to the relevant hospital where the injured people were taken to, so that they can go to those hospitals. Then health department was also there. Home Affairs was also there. We called Home Affairs also to assist those people that were there, then so that they can able to assist them, because some of them, they lost their IDs, their SASA card, then security, also social development to assist those. And some of the people who survived, they were taken to shelters in Hofland. There's another, two of them. There's where they were taken to. Then I was assisting those people in terms of for them to get food, to get clothing, so that, and also those who wanted to get the medication, they were given the medication. And Home Affairs, we facilitated that the Home Affairs, a mobile truck, can be there. It was there in Hofland to assist those people that lost their ID, so that they can have their documentation. and also there was a proper facilitation in terms of to make it a point that those foreign national, their embassies also were brought in to come and assist, because there were people from Tanzania, from other countries, so that they can also come and assist their residents, their people, their citizens.
Jaanong ka letsatsi la 1 August 2023 mo masetlapelo a Usindiso a na direga fa e ne e runya molelo. Wena jaaka mokhanselara o ile a dira eng? Eno e ne le potso e tswang kwa moemedi. Mokhanselara o na araba ka gore mo e ka nnang ka bo 3:10 mo mosong o ile a amogela o ile a letsetswa mogala ke mongwe wa baagi ba ile gore ba ko a mo tlhalosetsa gore ka go eno e mo molelong, mme a re fa goroga ko lefelo leo la kotsi ona bona ba balwantsha molelo mmogo le ba EMS ba ne ba setse ba le teng. Gape a ruile a bona ditopo di le dintsi tse le gonne setse di rapa mefafatshe, mme a re o tlhalositse gore o na le motlotlo thata ka se ba lwantsha molelo le ba EMS ba se dirileng. Ba dirile tiro e tswileng diatla ka gonne baagi bang ba ile ba tlhalosa gore ba ile ba kgona go falola le gore ba tle ba bolokege ka ntlha ya tiro e ntle e be dirilweng ke ba tsamaya matshoganyetso. Mokhanselara gape o na tlhalosa gore ga a ka bona boroko le seng ka gonne letsatsi lotlhe malatsi a le 24/7 o na dulang tsa le ko mme a thusa mo a ka thusang teng. O na thusa ka tsa gore go tlhomamisa gore ba EMS ba dira tiro ya bone sentle, segolo jang fa go tloa mo tshedimosetsong e le gore tshedimosetso ya baagi ba ba gobetseng ba ba suleng ba ile gore ke ba tswa setlhabelo e kwalwa ka tsela e tlhomameng le e siameng. Seno se tla thusa gore ba ile gore ke ba ratwa ba tswa setlhabelo fa ba tla mme ba batla go itse gore ba kwa kae ba ka kgona go ba isa ko dikokelong tse di maleba ko le gore ba isitswe teng. Mokhanselara gape o na tlhalosa gore ba mafapha a tshwana le tlhabololo ya loago ke ra social development, merero ya selegae e leng home affairs mo go le lefapha la boitekanelo la health, le bone ba ile ba dira tiro e ntle ka gonne ka go tlhomamisa gore balwetsi kgotsa ba ile gore ba nwa melemo ya ka metlha ba kgona go bona melemo ya bone. Home affairs na tlhomamisa gore ba ile gore ba latlhegetswe ke ditokomane tsa bone, di-ID tsa bone ba kgona go thusiwa, mmogo le ba social development ba kgona go thusa ba ile gore ba latlhegetswe ke dikarata tsa bone tse di jaaka tsa SASSA. Mme a re go tswa fo go ile ga nna le thulaganya gore ba tswa setlhabelo ba ba falotseng tiragalo eno batle ba isiwe ko mafelong a ile gore ba ka ba tlhogo go teng, e ne le Hofland mmogo le dikago tse dingwe tse pedi tse le gore ba ile ba tlhogo go teng. Mme mokhanselara a re o ile a tlhomamisa, o ile a leka ka natla go tlhomamisa gore ba nna le dijo, ba nna le diaparo mmogo le melemo e le gore ba e tlhoka. Mme a re go ile ga nna le mobile truck ya Home Affairs e le gore e ne e le ko Hofland e ne thusa baagi ba ile gore ba latlhegetse ke di-ID jalo le jalo gore ba kgone go bona thuso. Mme gape o ne a tlhalosa gore di-embassy le tsone di le tsa nna teng ka gonne go ne go na le baagi ba ba tswa ntle ba tswa ko dinageng tse di jaaka Tanzania jalo le jalo gore ba kgone go thusa batho ba bone ba ile gore ba ile ba tlalwa ke kotsi eno.
Thanks, Mojahi. Now, there has been evidence that has been led in the commission by one of the residents of Usindiso. And Chair, for your convenience, in paragraph 23 is an exhibit NRF3, but we have made a copy of that statement just for ease of reference, because we're making reference to that, and that was shared with us, no?
That's the affidavit of Mr. Mboza.
Correct, Chair. In the documents there, do you have a copy of Mr. Mboza's statement?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, you said in paragraph 20 that you had a chance to listen to the evidence of Mr. Mboza. I just want to refer you to specific paragraphs. We'll start at paragraph 12 of his statement. Can you see it? I'll read out there. It says, in or around 2019, we, the residents of Emakhoseni, decided to move into Usindiso building on 80 Albert and Delva Street. We informed Councillor Mnyameni of our intention to move into the building in the hopes that the South African Police Service and JMPD would intervene. We informed Councillor Mnyameni that there were 54 women and children living in the building, and that 96 of us from Emakhoseni would move into the building, bringing the total number of residents to 150. Are you familiar with that engagement that Mr. Mboza is talking about? Can you remember that?
No, I remember that. That is when we reiterate that no one is allowed to go there and stay there. Not at all that they can be exempted, then it can be allowed to go there.
Me jana fa re tla mo bosuping jo bo tswang ko mongwe wa baagi ba ko ke le re Mboza mo affidavit ya gagwe e le gore e setse e ya bona ke botlhe ba ba amegang re ra modulasetulo ba le tlhakore le lengwe mo go le mo councilora re Mboza mo affidavit ya gagwe fa re le ba paragraph 12 ona tlhalosa gore mo e ka nnang ka 2019 rona baagi ba Emakhoseni re ne ra swetsa ka gore re fudugele kwa kagong ya Usindiso e kwa 80 Albert le Delva Street. Re ne ra itsise mo councilor Mnyamane ka maikemisetso a rona a go fudugela ko kagong eo, mme re na le tsholofelo gore ba sepodisi sa Africa ba ditirelo tsa sepodisi sa Africa Borwa mmogo le JMPD ba tla tsereganya. Re ne ra itsise mo councilor Mnyamane gore go na le basadi ba le 54 le bana ba le gore banna mo kagong eno, mme rona banna ba le 96 ba ba tswang ko Emakhoseni re ka kgona go fudugela mo kagong eo, mme seo se tla dira gore palo gotlhe ya baagi ba kago eno e nne ba le 150. Moemedi o ile a botsa gore mo councilora a witse kgotsa o tlwaelane le se se buang foo, a wa gakologelwa ntlha mosupi yone e leng re Mboza a ile a bua ka sone. Mo councilor o ile a tlhalosa gore ke gopola sentle fela ka gonne ke yone nako eo e re ne ra gatelela fela thata gore ga gona ope yo letleletseng gore a fudugele ko tota, ebile ga gona motho ope yo letleletseng gore a nne mo kagong eno ka gonne ga e mo maemong a siameng.
I should have asked you this question before I actually referred you to paragraph 12. Do you know Mr. Daniel Mboza?
Yes, I know.
From where?
No, I've seen him. I've seen him go Usindiso. Limakhoseni.
Moemedi o ile a re gongwe a ka beila botsa potso eno pele a muisa mo serapeng seno gore a wa moitse re Mboza na. Mo councilor o ile a tlhalosa gore wa moitse, mme gone o mmone kae. Mo councilor o bontsha gore o ile a mmona ko kagong ya Usindiso mo go le kwa Emakhoseni.
Right, in paragraph 13, Mr. Mboza continues, he says, before entering the building, we were blocked by the JMPD and SAPS for 7 days. After 7 days, the JMPD Superintendent Pasha, Sipho Mangani, from the Johannesburg Property Company, and Councillor Mnyameni gave us access to the building and said that if we fight, then they will intervene and arrest people. We were warned that the building is in danger and might collapse at any time during a stampede. What is your response to that allegation by Mr. Mboza that you granted them access to the building after they were prevented to do so by the JMPD?
There was no way that myself and Mr. Pasha, Mr. Mangani of JPC, we can renegade from what we have said, reiterated before, that no one must come there, because they even said they go there themselves to go to relocate themselves in his statement. Then we cannot come again after 5 days and we say that we allow them. The meeting that we had at CJ Cronier, it was put clear to them that no one must go there. Therefore, it cannot be fair, to be clear, to be truth that after 7 days we have changed, because it was put clear that there will be an audit, a verification that will be done for those ladies that are staying there. Therefore, no one must go there to go and invade that property, that facility. That's not true what he's saying.
Moeledi o ile a isa mokhanselara ko serapa 13 e leng affidavit ya re Mboza. Re Mboza o ne a tswelela ka go tlhalosa jaana gore pele ga gore ba tsena mo kagong re ile ra thibelwa ke JPD le SAPS ka malatsi a le supa. Mme morago ga malatsi a le supa, mosuperetendente wa JMPD e leng Pasha Sipho Manganye o tswang kwa Johannesburg Property Company mmogo le mokhanselara Mnyameni ba ile ba re fa tetla ya gore re tsene mo kagong, mme ba tlhalosa gore fa ile gore re kalwa fa ile gore re tlalwa ba tlile go tsereganya mme ba tshwarise batho. Ka jalo re ile ra tlhagisiwa gore kago e mo kotsi ya gore ka phutlama ka nako epe fela fa ile gore go ka nna le dintwa kgotsa di-stampede. Jaanong mokhanselara rona a re a botsa moeledi o ile a botsa mokhanselara gore o tsibogela jang ditatofatso tse le gore di beilwe ke Remboza, gore wena jaaka mokhanselara o ile wa ba fa tetla gore ba tsene mo kagong tota le fa ile gore JMPD ile ya ba thibela go dira jalo. Mokhanselara o ile a araba ka gore ra tlhalosa re gana nya wa banyana gore ga gona motho ope yo le gore o tshwanetse gore a tsene mo kagong, mme gone a ba tlhalosa gore Remboza ene ka bo ene o ile a tlhalosa gore bone ba itletse koo. Jaanong rona re ka fetola jang kgang ya rona kgotsa ra boela morago ko go bone morago ga malatsi re re nya jaanong le kana la tsena, le fa gone ne re tlhalositse go ga gona ope yo le tleletse gore a tle a tsene mo kagong eno. Mme o ne a tlhalosa gore ba ne ba ntse ba mekamekana le kgang ya audit kgotsa verification ya basadi ba ile gore ba setse ba le mo kagong eno gore ba kgone go fudisiwa e le gore ba tswe mo kagong.
He further continues in paragraph 15 that in 2019, soon after we moved in, a man called Zbu Mvubu, who was a friend of Mr. Takalani, the CPF chairperson. Zbu lived at Nyamando building on corner Melrose and Delvas, went into the building to build shacks on the ground floor. He built 180 shacks in 2019 and started renting them out. I think that Zbu, Takalani, and Councillor were the landlords because they had no problem with this. What is your response to this as allegation that you seem to have condoned the building of shacks and you must have been one of the landlords because you didn't have any problem with this arrangement?
Firstly, I must register that I don't know Sbu Mvubu. As he says that he's a friend of the chairperson Takalani. I only know Takalani because he's a chairperson of the CPF. Then in terms of fighting crime, that is how I happen to know him and work together with him as one of the leg that is fighting the crime around the area. Then what he is saying is that he thinks that myself and Takalani and we are the landlord. It can't be that we are the landlord, but we prevented them to enter the building. And if we, the landlord, we're supposed then to allow, we're supposed maybe not to even initiate that there must be raid that must be done. We're not going to invite JMPD and subs to be present. We're not going to go refuse for them to go inside the building if we're the landlord. During the meeting that was at CJ Cronier, we were supposed to say, no, go ahead, let these people be allowed, because we knew we were supposed to say that because we wanted to cover our interest. But how can we say that nobody must go there, and at the back we only find that we are sabotaging our own? We can't do that.
Mweledi o ile a isa mo councilor ko serapeng 5 sa affidavit me e balega jana gore ka 2019 mo go fela ga gore re tsene mo kagong monna mongwe yo bidiwang Mvubu yo le gore ke tsala ya ga re Takalani yo le gore ke modulasetulo wa CPF Sbu o ne a nna kwa kagong ya Mnyamando e le go e mo khona ya Melrose le Delvas o ile a tsena mo kagong mme a simula go aga mekhukhu mo boalong jwa kwa tlase kgotsa ground floor mme o ile a aga mekhukhu e ka nna ka 180 ka 2019 mme a simula go di rentisa jaanong potso ke gore mo councilor o tsibogela jang statement seno ya sa gore ene le ba bangwe ba ile ba dumelela gore go agiwe mekhukhu mo kagong mo councilor o ile a simula ka go tlhalosa gore ga itse Mvubu gore ke mang mme motho yo le gore o tlhalisiwe e le tsala ya ga Resbu e leng Takalani ene wa moitsi o itse re Takalani jaaka modulasetulo wa CPF yo le gore o lwantshana le bosenyi mo tikologong eno o ile a moitsi ka tsela eo jaanong o tlhalosa councilor ba tlhalosa se se kwadilwe mo statementeng gore mo mokwadi wa statement o tlhalosa gore o akanya gore bone ke di landlord kgotsa ke beng ba mafelo ano ka gone statement ya sola se sere ke akanya gore Sbu Takalani le mo councilor ene e le di landlord beng ba lefelo ka gone ga bana bothata ka ga seno jaanong a re ha ile gore o akanya gore di landlord me e le rona ba ile gore ne re ba thibela gore ba tsene mo kagong ebile re le ra rulaganya gore go tle go nne le di-rate ditlhotlhomiso tse di dirwang ke ba SAPS le JMPD go raya gore jaanong re tlabe re senyetsa dikgatlhego tsa rona ka go dira jalo so go bonala gore se le go se bua fano ga se boammaaruri ka gonne ha ile go ne le boammaaruri gore ke bone di landlord gore go tla thulana le dikgatlhego tsa bone ka gonne fa ile gore ba ba thibela go tsena mo kagong ga ba itirele molemo tota le fa le gore ga go agiwe mekhukhu e le go ke a bone ga go ba direle melemo so gone go ka se utlwale gore ke bone di landlord tsa mekhukhu eo.
Lastly, Mr. Mvubu says in paragraph 16, in or around 2019, I spoke to Councillor Mnyameni and asked if the building was still in danger of collapsing at any time due to storm building, because people had started erecting shacks inside the building. The response that I received from him, that is yourself, is that I should allow other people to move into the building, seeing as I also had received a room. What is your response or comment to that allegation?
No, that is a lie. He has never spoken to me about that. Remember, he's the one who initiated this thing. We influenced the people of Omaklosen to go there and stay there illegally. So, even though they were being told by law enforcement, by the official, not to go and invade, they went there to invade. Even himself is stating in his statement that he went there. They went there to go there illegally, so to stay there. Therefore, there is no way that I can come and change and be inconsistently into my work and allow other people to go inside just because he was prevented and he went there by force. Everybody, he needed to be treated equally. If somebody is wrong to everyone. Then whatever he's saying there is not true, he's lying.
Moeledi o ile a isa mokhanselara mo serapa 16 mo le gore go kwadilwe mo affidavit-ing gore mo e ka nnang ka 2019 ke ne ka bua le mokhanselara Mnyameni mme ka mo botsa fa ile gore ka go e santse e le mo kotsing ya go phutlhama ka nako epe fela fa ile gore go na le tshubutlelano ka gonne batho jaanong ba simolotse go aga mekhukhu mo teng ga kago tsibugo e le gore ke le ka e bona go tswa kwa go ene go mo go rayang mokhanselara ke gore ke tshwanetse gore ke letlelele batho ba bangwe ba tle ba fudugele ko kagong eo e reka le nna ke setse ke iponetse phapusi mo kagong eno jaanong moemedi o ile a botsa go mokhanselara gore o tsibogela jang tatofatso eno mokhanselara o ile a simula a tlhalosa gore tatofatso eo ke maaka ka gonne ene mokwadi wa affidavit eno o ile ene ka bo ene o ile a tlhotlheletsa baagi ba bangwe ba ko Emaxhoseni gore ba tle ba fudugele ko kagong eno ya Usindiso tota le fa ile gore ba ne ba boleletse pele gore ga gona motho ope yo letleletse gore a tle a tsene kgotsa a nne mo lefelong leo mme gape o na a tlhalosa ene ka bo ene gore bone ba ile ba tsena ko ka manganga jaanong seno se dira gore mokhanselara o dira tlhalosa gore go dira gore go se ke ga tsamaisana dintlha di se ke di a tsamaisana malebana le tiro ya gagwe ka gonne wa thibela fano mme gape wa dumelela jaanong a ba tlhalosa gore batho botlhe ba ne ba tshwanetse gore ba tshwara ka go lekana ka tekatekano ga gona ope e le gore o tlile go newa melemo e mengwe mme yo mongwe a sa e bone mme ke ka foo ka go eno go ne go sa tshwanela gore go ne le motho ope a nne mo go yone ka jalo se se bua mo serapa 16 ke maaka.
You keep on making reference to the meeting at CJ Kronje building, but Mr. Mboza says in paragraph 17 that you were not part of the meeting at CJ Kronje building. What's your comment?
No, he's lying. Yes, I think he is addicted to lies because in that meeting, that is where the decision was taken to say that even those ladies that are staying there, the city needed to see that to go all out. They need to verify, to do verification in order to check those that are unemployed, those that are not working, and those that are working, those who have businesses that are able to go and look for themselves and stand on their own. And that audit it need to be done so that these women that are saying that must go out. Therefore, during that process, it can't be that we allow people to go in because the process won't be able to go on while we are auditing people that are saying there, but other people are going to be allowed to go in. Those people of Emaxhosa were told that they mustn't go there. They must stay wherever they are staying. They were staying at Emaxhosa and nobody's placed them there. They stay there on their own. They must stay there, not to go and invade Usindiso. That's the decision that was taken in that meeting. I was present at that meeting. That is true. It's a lies what he's saying.
Sorry, advocate. Moeledi o ile a ra mokhanselara gore gantsi o ntse a wela mo kopanong e ne a tshwara kwa CJ Kronje mme fa a leba serapa sa 17 Re Mboza o tlhalosa gore mokhanselara ona seyo go kopanong eno jaanong mokhanselara o tsibogela seo jang mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore Re Mboza o bua maaka mme go lebega ekete maaka ke selo sa ratang fela thata ke selo se le gore wa se rata fela thata go bua maaka jaanong ona tlhalosa gore go kopanong eno ke mo le gore go ile ga dira ditshekatsheko tsa basadi ba ile gore ba teng kong le tiro ya boruni kgotsa auditing ke mo ba ne ba verifya gore ke basadi ba feng ba ile gore ba bereka ga ba bereke ke ba feng ba le gore gongwe ba na le dikgwebo ke ba feng ba le gore ba ka kgona go ikemela mme ke ba feng ba le gore ba ka tswa ba tlhoka thuso e oketsegileng a re dilo tseno tsotlhe di ne di a dirwa ko kopanong eno e le gore ene ka bo ene o na le teng mme gape a ba botsa potso ya gore re ne re ka letlelela batho gore ba tsene jang mo kagong eno le fa gone re santse re mekamekane le go sekaseka basadi ba ile gore ba go gore ba kgone go fudisiwa ka tsela e tshwanetseng o na tlhalosa gore ga gona motho ope yo le gore na letleletse gore a tsene mo kagong eo tota ebile baagi ba Emankgoseni ba ile ba bolelelwa ka tlhamalalo gore ba tshwanetse gore ba tswelele banna ko Emankgoseni mme ba seke ba fudugela ka kwana ka jalo se le gore Remboza wa se bua gore ene o na seo mo kopano ke maaka a matala ene o na le teng ko kopano eno ke ka fo a itse dintlha tsa kopano eo.
You said you know Mr. Mboza, and consistently you have been saying Mr. Mboza is lying. Why would Mr. Mboza lie about you? Can you just explain to why would Mr. Mboza make up allegations of, these are very, very serious allegations that he has made against you. Why would Mr. Mboza do that?
Is highly possible if somebody that he has some interest, then you were trying by all means to prevent him in whatever the evil deeds with that you wanted to do it. As I said, that he was the one ringleader of the people from our closet to go then and invade Usindiso. As even in the statement that he presented here, he's saying that he was there, saying that they must go there and locate themselves in Emankgosini. Therefore, I was the one who said that nobody must go there. Therefore, he cannot speak good about me because I was preventing him in order to achieve whatever that he wanted. That is why he's talking lies about me. Even during the day of the incident on the 31st, as I said, I was there almost more than 5 days I was there. He came to me and he said they allocated themselves in Emankgosini. I mean in Usindiso. From there they allocated themselves in Usindiso. That is a liar.
Moedi o ile a tlhalosa o ile a botsa kgotsa o ile a ra mo counselor gore o tlhalositse gore wa moitsi Remboza mme gape mo counselor o tswelela a bua gore Remboza o bua maaka gore Remboza a ka tswa bua maaka ke eng se le gore se ka dira gore a bue maaka wa mo counselor o ile a araba ka gore o gongwe o na le dikgatlego dingwe mo kagong eo ke mme tsele gore di busula jaanong go nna teng ga me le go mothibela go ne go thibela dikgatlego tsa gagwe gopola gore ke ena ne di goga ko pele mo baaging ba Emankgosini gore ba tsenelele ka go eno ya Usindiso mme ene ka bo ene o ile a tlhalosa fa nanela bosupi gore o ile a tlhotlheletsa kgotsa o ile a rulaganya gore baagi ba Emankgosini ba ye go tsenelela le go nna ka manganga ko kagong eno ya Emankgosini mokhanselara gape o ile a tlhalosa gore o nantse a ya ko lefelo ko kagong eno malatsi a feta 5 ka go latelana mme o na kopana le Remboza o ile a mo tlhalosetsa gore re ra tsena ka manganga ko mo lefelong leo ka jalo gongwe lebaka la go bo a motlhoile kgotsa lebaka la go bo a bua bobe ka mokhanselara ke ka ntlha gore mokhanselara ka bo ene o na mothibetse a thibetse dikgatlhegelo kgotsa maikaelelo a ile gore Remboza o nana le one ka kago eo.
You conclude in paragraph 26 and 27 of your statement that you have added in the best interest of the residents of Ward 24 as a ward councillor in accordance with whatever applicable law, right? You escalate issues to the council and relevant departments within the city. And you are saddened by what occurred. And I just want to pose this to you. As a ward councillor, a leader in that area of Ward 24, what is your comment or how you feel about the tragedy that occurred at Usindiso? I mean, the death of 77 people and injuries to many is something that we are advised is the worst or the first of its kind in Africa. So what is that you want to tell the Commission as a leader of Ward 124?
It's so very sad that what happened on the 31st of August. It was really a terrible, hateful incident that happened that I really don't wish it can happen again. It was my first time to see dead bodies, many of them are on the ground. It was not an easy thing. It was difficult even to sleep. But then now, I think that need to be done, not only in particular in Johannesburg, maybe in South Africa as a whole. Then starting from the people who are opportunists, people who are not law-abiding citizens, people who don't respect law, people who wanted to do their things on their way. I think they must try by all means to desist from doing that, to refrain from doing that. They must respect the official, they must respect the law, they must respect the laws of the country. If people are told that this place is not safe, this place is no-go zone, they mustn't force themselves to do it on their own, because that it will then end up in a very sad situation. And that is contributing in a very negative way, not only to the loss of lives, but also to the infrastructure of the city, of the country. And it doesn't give a good revenue. It impacts very negatively to the revenue of the city, because those people that were staying there were using the resources of the city illegally. So they were not paying water, they were not paying electricity, as you have heard here when city powers, they say that, you know, how much was their building was owing in terms of that money was going to be utilized in a very good way for the citizens of this country. And then it's important that then these people must refrain from doing this, because at the end of the day, there's a criminal element that will creep in when these people are doing this, are doing things in an unlawful way. Then, but also to come to the city.
That's the part of the city to allow Remo Jahi to translate.
Moeledi o ile a botsa mo councilor go jaka o le mo councilor wa wa 24 me o no leka go dira se o bona ka se kgonang ba lebana le masetlapelo a diragetseng ko Usindiso. Ona motsa gore wena jaka moeteledipele o le mo councilor wa 24 wa a kantse ka dintsho tse 77 mo go le batho ba le bantsintsi ba ile gore ba ile ba gobala gore ona ikutla jang, le gore wa akanya gore le gore ke eng se le gore ana ka rata go se bolela commission malebana le masetlapelo ao. Mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore ona le kutlo botlhoko e kgolo thata ka se se diragetseng, mme ga eletse gore masetlapelo ano a ka direga gape. Ona tlhalosa gore ene le lekgetlo la ntlha a bona ditopo di rapaletse fa fatshe, mme ona fetsa masigo a le mantsi a sa bone boroko ka ntlha ya sa se boneng. Jaanong ona a gakolola jaana gore e seng fela toropo ya Johannesburg, tota ebile e tshwanetse gore e nne Afrika Borwa ka kakaretso, gore batho ba ile gore ba rata go tsaya ditshono go sa tshwanela, ba ile gore ga ba ikobele melao, ba ba sa reetse melao, ba batla go itirelang dilo ka tsela ya bone, ba tshwanetse gore ba efoge go dira jalo, ba seke ba leka go dira jalo. Tota ebile fa ba bolelela gore ka go erileng ga ya tshwanela gore e ka nniwa, a ba ikobele taelo e le gore ba e bona go tswa ko balaoding ba bagolo. Mme ka gonne seno se dira gore fa ile gore ga ba reetse, se dira gore go nne le se re se boneng tatlhegelo ya matshelo a batho, mme gape go nna le tatlhegelo ya mafaratlhatlha ka gonne di a senyega. A ba tlhalosa gape go le gore fa go tloa mo lekgetong la puso le lone la amega fa batho ba itirela dilo ka tsela ya bone ba sa reetse melao e le gore e bewa ke baeteledipele, ka gonne o ne a tlhalosa gore jaaka go tlhalositswe ke mosupi o tswang kwa City Power gore baagi ba ne ba setse ba gokagantse motlakase ka tsela e sa tshwanelang kgotsa e seng ka fa molao mme bogolo jwa madi a kolotiwang fa ile gore a ne a tserwe e le lekgetho a na tlile go sologela batho ba le bantsi thata mo toropong ka jalo fa ile gore batho ba ntseng jalo ga ba thibelwe kgotsa ga ba efoge go dira ditiro tsa bosenyi seno se ka phutlamisa e seng toropo fela mme naga yotlhe ka jalo ba tshwanetse gore batle ba itshware mme ba seke ba dira ditiro tseno tsa bosenyi ka gonne seno se ka ama batho ba bangwe ka tsela e sa tshwanelang.
You made reference to the persons that you are seeing are not complying with the law, but what role, as a ward councillor, what are you saying about the city, the municipality, on this tragedy? What is that you want to tell the commission about, or what you want to tell to the city about this tragedy?
Then, what the city needs to do is to able to do a proper audit in this building that are dilapidated and the buildings that are hijacked and the building that are being abandoned, building that there's some of them being invaded illegally, so then it will be important that the city can do an audit, and when they identify those buildings, the city must have a clear resolution, a clear plans on what is going to do with these buildings. There's a lot of things that the city can able to do. For example, then our people are in short of houses, of place to stay. To address the backlog of RDPs, then it can be turned to address that issue of RDPs. And some of the building can tend to be low-cost social houses, so that people cannot afford to have the bond. They can able to go and have apply to get a subsidy from those houses. And also those buildings can also be utilized in terms of student accommodation, so that the student cannot be able to travel long hours, so many minutes before they go, kilometers before they arrive at their institution. Then if the city can able to do that, at least will then be able to avoid such incident. But if when they've already identified those buildings, they must then evacuate the people that have occupied the building to the safer place. Then after they're being evacuated, the city must fence off those buildings until they implement what they wanted to do with those buildings. Because if there is a vacuum, anything criminal will creep in and take chances. That is important that the city can be able to pull out their success so that such an incident must not happen anymore. There are also other people who wanted to do legit businesses that will be able to contribute positively to the revenue of the city, to the survival of the city, to change the face of the city. That can be given to the citizens, to the people who wanted to contribute positively, to rejuvenate the city of Johannesburg. I think that the city, if can be able to do that, there will be addressing a lot of issues, not only to avoid the disaster that happened, and also it will be able to create the employment that maybe our country is facing.
Jaaka re momoeledi o ile a bua ka kgang ya gore ka batho ba le gore ga ba latelele melao re go buile ka bone ka motho re setse re buile ka yena mme jaanong go tweng he ka toropo wa akanya gore ke eng se le gore toropo e ka se dira ke eng se le gore mokhanselara a ka rata go bolelela commission malebana le se toropo e ka se dira go tokafatsa mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore tiro ya boruni kgotsa ya audit e tshwanetse gore e dirwe ke toropo mo mafelong a thukutilweng, mafelo a senyegileng le mafelo a ile gore tota baagi ba ka se ba kgona go nna mo go one. O ne a tlhalosa gore toropo e tshwanetse gore morago ga boruni jono e lemoge gore ke dikago dife mme ba nne le tshwetso e tlhamaletseng malebana le kago eo le gore ke eng se le go batlile go se dira ka yone. E ka sekai e re ka gona le mathata a batho ba ba tlhokang mafelo a borobalo a tlhoka ba ba tlhokang matlo gongwe di ka go tseno di ka fetolwa tsa baakangwa go nna di-RDP kgotsa go nna di-low cost houses mo batho ba le gore ga ba kgone go bona dibonto mme ba ka fokolediwa madi e le go ba kgona go ithekela matlo ano jaaka e le low cost kgotsa a ka dirisiwa jaaka mafelo a go robala a baithuti gore baithuti ba seke ba tsamaya sekgala se se leele go ya go ditheong tsa thuto go na le mo ba nne gaufi le tsone ka gore go ne le student accommodation mo dikagong tse di ntseng jalo mme ka go dira jalo ba tlile go thibela gore go seke gana le kotsi ya mofuta ono e le gore re itemogeletse yone a ba tswelela ka go tlhalosa gore fa ka go erileng e setse e lemogilwe gore e ka se kgone go nniwa ke batho e senyegile kgotsa e thukutilwe ba tshwanetse gore ba ntshe batho mo ka bonako ba ba fuduse ko lefelo le le babalesegileng mme ba seke ba felela foo go na le motoropo e tshwanetse gore e tle e thibele ka go eno ka go aga legora ka go e fensa gore basenyi ba seke ba tsena mo ka go eno mme ba dira marato a epelo mme o na tlhalosa gore toropo ka bo yone e tshwanetse gore tsholetse dikousu e dire ka natla gore go thibelwe masetlapelo a tshwana le a Usindiso mme o na bontsha gore gape gore go na le batho ba le bantsi ba ile gore ba batla go tsenya letsogo mo go tsosoloseng toropo le gore go ne le lekgetho le le oketsegileng batho ba ba tshwanetse gore ba newe tshono ya gore ba tle ba fetole mafelo ano gore e nne mafelo a ile gore a kgona go dirisiwa ke toropo mme a kgona go tsosolosa le toropo ka bo yone mme ka go dira jalo ba tlile go ga se fela gore ba tle ba thibela masetlapelo gore a nne teng mme gone mo godimo ga moo e ke tsela ya gore ba tle ba oketse go thapiwa ga batho mme go fokodiwe botlhokatiro.
Lastly, as a councillor, because all these things that we think about, all the nice things that you are talking about that the city ought to do. As a councillor, especially in Ward 24, where many of these things are occurring, what is it that you are doing or you will be doing to ensure that all the nice things that you're talking about that you are seeing the city ought to do are actually done? What are the steps that you are taking as a ward councillor? Because at the end, you are the ward councillor of Ward 124. If you have to zoom in only on that one.
Okay. What I've done is to pass a motion. That's one of the best effective way that the city can have a resolution, a motion that, okay, it must be implemented to say that certain building, let's say for example Usindiso, then it must be turned to a healthcare center where it will be able to be offload the stampede that is happening, the queue that is happening at Hillbrook Hospital, then so that it can be 24 hours. It will then give a good service to the residents of Ward 124, taking into consideration that the clinic that was there at Albert, it was then closed. Then if that building can able to be turned, that is a motion that I have sent it to the council. But unfortunately, because it cannot be adopted by the councillor, because then that building is still under question, there's a commission concerning that building. And also, not only Usindiso, there's some other buildings that I said that okay, they need to be done, to be taken by the city. Said this motion, if it can be taken as a transit in case of emergency, in case of any disaster, so that the city cannot be in a situation that they don't know where to relocate those people when there's an emergency, when there's a disaster. Then if those buildings, the city can able to do that, then it will address. I'm doing that through a council. As I said, as a ward councillor, some of my responsibility is to raise the issues of my community, of my resident, through a council meeting. At a council meeting, you raise it as urgent motion or you raise it as a normal motion. That's what I'm doing.
Moeledi o ile a botsa mokhanselara gore jaaka e le mokhanselara wa 124 o setsa tlhalositse gore ke dilo dife tse le gore toropo e ka di dira e leng dilo tse dintle go thibela masetlapelo a ntseng jalo le gore go ne le tswelopele mme ona mmotsa gore ene jaaka mokhanselara ke eng se le gore wa se dira kgotsa ke eng se le gore o tlile go se dira go tlhomamisa gore dilo tse di molemo tsa buleng ka tsone di a diragadiwa mo wateng ya gagwe kgotsa mo toropong ka kakaretso mo councilor o ile a tlhalosa gore jaaka re bua jana o setse a fetisitse motion kgotsa kakantsho e le gore ke tsela e molemo e ka dirang gore toropo e dire tshwetso le go itsenya tirisong malebana le kago eno ya Usindiso o ne a tlhalosa gore ka sekai gongwe kago eno ya Usindiso e ka fetola go nna lefelo la boitekanelo tlhokomelo ya boitekanelo e le gore e ka dira diura di le 24 letsatsi lengwe le lengwe ka gonne fa e le gore go nna jalo seno se tla thusa gore kgatelelo e le gore e ko sepetlele sa Hillbrow e ka fokodiwa sepetlele sa Hillbrow se ka imologa ke kgatelelo e le gona le yone ka gonne re gopole gore tleliniki e le gore e ne le fa thoko ga kago ya Usindiso le yone ile a tswalwa ka jalo fa e le gore kago ya Usindiso e fetola go nna lefelo la boitekanelo seno se ka thusa thata mme o ne a tlhalosa gore gone jaanong a ka se kgone go adopta mo ga o kgone go gore motion e le gore te e ka adoptiwa ka gonne ha re bua jana kago eno ya Usindiso e santse e le ka fa tlase ga dipatlisiso tsa commission eno mme o na tlhalosa gore mme ka dikago tse dingwe tse le go diteng le tsone di ka dirisiwa ka tsela e molemo gongwe di ka nna tse re di bitsang di-transit building ka mafoko a mangwe fa e le gore go na le masetlapelo kgotsa go na le maemo a tshoganyetso mo kagong e rileng dikago tseno tse le go ke di-transit building di ka dirisediwa gore batho ba fudisetswe mo go tsone fa e le gore ko ba leng teng go na le maemo a tshoganyetso kgotsa go na le maemo kgotsa masetlapelo mme o na gatelela gore maikarabelo magolo a gagwe jaaka mokhanselara wa 24 ke go tlhomamisa gore dingongorego le matshwenyego a baagi ba ile gore o ba tlhokometse di isiwa go counseling le gore o di isa go counseling le gore go nna le tshwetso e dirwang ka tsone ka jalo go tlhomamisa gore botsogo le boitekanelo jwa baagi ba ile go ba tlhokometse bontsi bo siame.
Chair, those are the questions that we had for
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor.
Sidumedi. Advocate Semenya.
You're almost 7 years as a councillor, right?
Correct.
With a primary responsibility to convey this type of distress to the city council. I must be right. Yes?
Yes. I said yes. I thought, sorry, I'll raise my voice. Short voice.
Moeledi o ile a botsa gore o setse a ka tswana le a lata dingwaga di le 7 e le mokhanselara o dumetse go ntse jalo mme a mmotsa gore maikarabelo magolo a mokhanselara jaaka le mokhanselara ke gore o tle o fetisetse matshwenyego a tshwanang le ano kwa counseling ya toropo mme mokhanselara o la dumela gore go ntse fela jalo.
And that is done by way of tabling resolutions for adoption by council.
Correct.
mme seno se dirwa ka gore a tle a ise resolution e le gore e tlile go amogela ke council go ntse fela jalo.
You haven't tabled such a resolution, have you?
No.
Moedi na botsa gore a ga ise a ise resolution e ntseng jalo kwa counseling go tla go fitlha ga jana mme karabo ke nnyaa.
How can't you be conceived to be doing political speak if you ever believed in the things you're saying?
I think the commission is important that they must know when there's no stability, the change of administration, it impacts very negatively to the residents. For example, when I come in 2017, it was a DA-led administration, just the ANC was ousted in 2016. All the good plans, whatever that they planned to do, then when the new administration came in, they came and changed everything. So no, we don't prioritize this one. This is not in our priority. Hence also, when we're doing a walkabout with the mayor by then, in the same building of Usindiso, I raised this issue to say that this need to be done, but unfortunately, because it was not in the best interest.
Moedi o ile a re fa ile gore resolution eno ga ise e fetisiwe ga ise e fetise ke se se ka dira gore se ke ra akanya gore o fane go tla go dira puo ya sepolotiki mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore go bokete thata go dira di resolution segolo jang fa go na le phetogo mo botsamaising jwa toropo re gopole gore ka 2017 ke fa DA e tsa marapo a toropo me ile ya fenya ANC ka 2016 ka jalo dithulaganyo tsotlhe mano otlhe a molemo a ile gore ana dirilwe pele a ile a fetola ke tsamaiso e ntšha me o na tlhalosa gore jaaka bontshitse pele gore ba ile ba tsamatsama le ratoropo ka nako eo mme ba ile ba tsena le mokagong ya Usindiso a ba tlhalosa matshwenyego a ile gore a teng ka yone me ratoropo o ile a tlhalosa gore jaanong e re ka dilo di fetogile eno ga e tlhole e le kgatlhego ya ntlha kgotsa selo sa ntlha se le gore ba akantse thata ka sone.
You blame a disaster of this magnitude on the change of administration.
Partially, because this thing I have raised it in 2017. During that administration, I cannot say then they were innocent, because it was that administration that they were supposed to do something and they opted not to do any positive step in order to take action. Because if they did, when you declare the building structurally not sound, you must have some measures that we have taken in order to make sure what I've already said, that when you have identify the building that is not good, that's not right, you need to fence it off, so you secure the building so that it cannot be invaded. But if you fail to do that, it means you are sleeping on duty. Hence, I'm saying that administration cannot say they did right, they did something that is wrong.
Moedi o botsa mokhansela gore a jaanong o supa monwana gore go fetolwa ga tsamaiso ke gone go ka tswang go bakile tshenyo eno mokhansela o ile a re ka tsela nngwe botlhangwe jwa go supa monwana bo mo ka gonne o ile a tlisa kgang eno ka 2017 ka jalo a ka seke a re botsamaisi jo bošwa ga bo tlhoke molato ka gonne bona ba tshwanetse go ba dire sengwe ka gone le fa go ntse jalo bone ba ile ba tlhopha gore ba seke ba dira sepe ka gone ka gonne e ne se mo dikgatlhegong tsa bone tse ile gore ke tsa botlhokwa a tlhalosa gape gore fa ka go e setse e lemogilwe gore ga ya siamela go nna le baagi ba ba dulang mo go yone e tshwanetse gore e tle e fensiwe batho ba tshwanetse ba ntshiwe jalo le jalo mme seno ga se a ka sa dirwa ke botsamaisi ke ka fo a reng a ka seke ga go kgonege gore a seke ba supa ka monwana ka gonne le bone ba paletswe ke go dira bontlhangwe jwa tiro ya bone.
Please put a face and name of those who are sleeping on the job.
the executive mayor by then, that was Herman Mashaba, then goes to MMC of health, that was Mpopalatse, and also of human settlement, of housing, that was MMC Mabaso. Those people are the relevant people that they have to deal with this one. The health, because the clinic was closed. Then the housing, the MMC of housing, you were supposed to act because there's somebody, those people that I mentioned are the people, they have powers, they have the budget in order to implement, but they didn't do anything.
And you told them so?
I did, because we did a walkabout together. It was not only to tell them maybe over the phone or send a message. We did a walkabout, and they themselves, they are the one who declared the building unstructural sound, not safe for the people to stay there.
Moedi o ile a botsa gore jaanong ke kopa gore o tle o beya sefatlhego le leina o di kopanye gore re itse gore ke bo mang ba ile gore ba ga ba ka ba dira tiro ya bone. Mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore batho ba ba latelang ke bone ba ile gore ga ba ka ba dira tiro ya bone. Ra toropo wa nako eo e ne le Re Herman Mashaba, MMC wa tsa boitekanelo e ne leng mme Mpophalatse mmogo le MMC wa tsa matlo yo ne leng Mabaso. Ona tlhalosa gore ba na le maikarabelo ka gonne fa go tloa mo MMC wa boitekanelo re gopole gore tleliniki e ne tswetswe ka nako eo, me batho bano botlhe ba ne ba na le tekanyetso kabo mo diatleng tsa bone gore ba ka dira sengwe go fudusa baagi ba ko le go ba thusa. Me gape moeledi o mmotsa gore a wena ka bona o ile a bolela jalo gore ga ba dire tiro ya bone. Mokhanselara o ile a re ke ba boleletse mo sefatlhegong ka gonne re ne re dira ne re tsamaya ka nako eo, so ga ka ba bolela mo founung, ke nako ya fa ne re dira walkabout. Me bone ka bo bone ba ile ba bolela phatlalatsa fa ka go eno e ne se mo maemong a itsetsepetseng le gore batho ba ka seke ba nna mo go yone.
So when the MMCs come here next week, we can confidently tell them that what Councillor Mnyamene says, he told them to even put fences around there, but they didn't listen.
I think it's important that we must take note that you are asking about then that administration that was led by Herman Mashaba. Then the MMC now are no longer those ones. There's a new MMC of human settlement that is MMC Leach. Then now the executive mayor is Kabelo Kwamanda. Then for health also someone else again. It's no longer those people.
Jaanong moeledi o ile a re fa di MMC di goroga mo bekeng e tlang go tla go ba botsolosa a re ka bua re sa boife sepe gore mokhanselara Mnyamane o ile a bolelela gore letle le be le gora mo kagong eno. Mokhanselara o ile a reba ka gore re tshwantse re le tlhoko gore di MMC tsa ka nako eo ga se di MMC gone jaanong, go na le MMC tse dintšha mmogo le Ratoropo mošwa. MMC yo mošwa wa tsa matlo ke mokhanselara Leach, Ratoropo wa gone jaanong ke mokhanselara Kabelo Kwamanda, mme gape re na le MMC yo mošwa wa tsa boitekanelo. Ka jalo ga se bone ba ile gore ene le di MMC tsa nako eo, mme go na di MMC tse dišwa, re tshwanetse gore re le tlhoko ntlha eo.
The former MMCs will not escape legal liability because their office is over. That's why I'm asking the question. Can we say to the world that you told them that and they ignored it?
The one that are currently?
No.
The previous one?
No.
Yes, I did. The previous one, yes, I told them.
Did you tell now the current people who are responsible MMCs?
No, not the current one, because about this specific building, I didn't, because the building now is being secured, the one of Usindiso.
Please help me stay in line,
Okay.
Mr. Mnyaman. 2023, when the disaster happened, had you told them by then?
No,
Moemedi o ile a tlhalosa gore bo MMC ba pele ba santse ba na le maikarabelo a semolao go rwala maikarabelo a tiragalo eo ka jalo ga gore gore jaanong fa nako ya bone mo officing e fetile ga ba tlhole ba na le maikarabelo jaanong o ne a botsa gore bo MMC ba nako e fetileng fa ba ka tla fano a re ka ba rara re mokhanselara Mnyamane o ile a ba bolelela gore ba beele gore mokhanselara Mnyamane o ile a tlhalosa gore di-MMC tsa nako e fetileng tsa nako eo ke ne ka ba bolelela gore ba dire jalo. Moemedi a tswelela ka go botsa gore gone jaanong a o boleletse di-MMC tsa gone jaanong gore ba tle ba dire sengwe ka kago eno. Mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore nnyaa ka gonne ke makhanselara a mašwa jaanong moemedi o na a re re tle re utlwane sentle fa masetlapelo ano a ne a direga ka 2023 a o no setse o kile wa bolelela makhanselara a nako eo a gone jaanong gore ba tshwanetse go ba direng mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore nnyaa.
You accept that you should have, do you?
partially, I can say yes, I should have told them. Nevertheless, there is something that I have done in order to say that the city must be able to do an audit. That's what I said, not to isolate the one only of Usindiso, but the entire audit need to be done, the proper audit in the city of Johannesburg, the whole city of Johannesburg audit must be done to identify all these buildings.
Moeledi o ile a botsa he gore a ga wa kanye gore ono o tshwanetse go ba bolelela mo councilor o ile a raba ka tsela e rileng pontlhangwe ke ne ke tshwanetse ke ba bolelele le fa go ntse jalo ke ne ke setse ke dirile sengwe ke ne ka bolelela toropo gore e tshwanetse go e dire boruni me e seng fela boruni jwa kago ya Usindiso fela go na le mo boruni jwa dikago tsotlhe tse le go di teng mo toropong ya Johannesburg so ba tshwanetse gore ba tle ba tlhotlhomise le go sekaseka dikago tsotlhe tse le go di teng mo teng ga toropo.
You did table such a memorandum. Do I understand you correctly?
I spoke to the executive mayor. I went to his office. I gave him my plan, my proposal. Say, if we can able to do this, it can be very fruitful to the city of Johannesburg. And the way to do it is to have people who will be doing this audit. The audit must be done in the whole city of Johannesburg. After the audit has been done, the building being identified, with the history, there will be different history. Maybe the other one will be abandoned building, hijacked building, then invaded building. Maybe the owner is nowhere to be found. The city to investigate and make a research about those buildings. And the city must be able to take this building and use them in a useful way. That's what my proposal I submitted to Executive Mayor.
In writing.
No, I sent him a WhatsApp because I went to his office and said, no, this is a proposal that I want you to do. They didn't send an email. I went to his office, said, Executive Mayor, here's my proposal. I think if the city can able to do this, it can be able to assist then the city of Johannesburg.
So the answer is yes, it is in writing by way of a WhatsApp.
Okay.
Now I'm
Yes.
asking you. Huh?
Yes.
Are you able to tell date and time so that the attorneys for the city would do the investigation and report back to the commission?
The time when I spoke to Executive Mayor, Can you repeat the question?
Can you give us a time and a date or something that would help MNS as the city's attorneys to help get that message and give it to the commission?
I cannot give a day and a date, but I will check.
Umweledi o ile a botsa mokhanselara gore a o ile a romela memorandum o ntseng jalo a o table na. Mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore o ile a buisana le Ratoropo mme a mo fa proposal e le gore mo go yone ona tlhalosa gore fa ile gore boruni bo ka dirwa seno se ne se tlile go sologela toropo molemo fela thata ka gonne fa ile gore ba diriwa boruni jono re tlile go bona di-history tse di farologaneng tsa dikago ka sekai gore ke kago e feng e le gore e senyegile ke kago e feng e le gore e gaufi le go phutlama ke kago e feng e le gore e thukutilwe jalo le jalo mme seo se tla dira gore go nne le diphelelo go gotsa matswela a farologaneng fa boruni bo dira ka dikago tseno mo toropong mme kwa bofelong go ne go tlile go nna le matswela a molemo jano modulasetulo o ile a batla go tlhomamisa gore o ile a bolela Ratoropo ka go mo kwalela kgang eno ya proposal eno mokhansela o ile a tlhalosa gore o ile a romela Ratoropo molaetsa wa WhatsApp mme gone o ile a ya kwa ofising ya gago ba bua ka yone proposal eno jaanong potse ke gore a gona le moeledi o ile a botsa gore jaanong go tlhaloganya sentle e re ka ore o na le WhatsApp a o na le letlha le nako ya molaetsa o gore baemedi ba toropo ba ka kgona go batlisisa le go ba thusa go batlisisa go ba bone molaetsa o kwadilweng gore a o ka re o na le molaetsa o kwadilweng wa se o fetsa go bua ka sone mokhansela o ile a tlhalosa gore gone jaanong ga a kgone gore a ka fana ka letlha le nako le fa go ntse jalo o tla checka.
Just for a timeline, is it before or after the fire?
Before, after?
Is it before or after the fire?
No, it's after the fire.
Moeledi o ile a botsa gore tatelano ya nako ya molaetsa o a ile pele ga molelo kgotsa morago ga one mokhansela o ile a tlhalosa gore nya e le morago ga go runya ga molelo.
We were told that Usindiso was a drug trafficking den. We have no reason to reject that evidence, do we?
No, I don't have a reason to reject it.
Moeledi o ile a re go na le go tlile bosupi jwa gore ka go ya Usindiso e ne le legae la tiriso ya thekiso ya diokobatsi a gona le baka le gore re ka ganela bosupi jo bo ntseng jalo mokhansela o ile a tlhalosa gore nya ga gona tsela e le gore ka ganela bosupi jo.
And that you knew before the fire about Usindiso and the drug trafficking, right?
And yes.
Le gore o no o itse ka dithekiso tsa diokobatsi kwa Usindiso pele ga molelo mokhanselara o ile a re
Engage the police about that as a councillor?
I did engage the police, and that is why there was a raid that was happened there at Usindiso. That was done by JMPT and SAPS.
Moeledi o ile a botsa gore o kile a ya kwa mapodising malebana le dithekiso tseno tsa diritibatsi ko Usindiso mokhanselara o ile a re ke ka foo go ile ga nna le dipatlisiso tse le di dirwa kgotsa raid e le a dirwa ke JMPD le SAPC le SAPS ko ka go eo ya Usindiso.
You seem to claim personal credit for that blitz. Did you do it in writing or something? That request.
Which request?
That there should be a blitz.
No, the rate, we said, after the people were complaining about the element of crime that are happening there, then we had a meeting with also JPC. We said, have a rate there so that we can be able to find those people who are doing those criminal elements there to be arrested.
Was that through your own personal initiative? That's my question.
No, collectively. Remember when I cannot just on my own do it alone, then together with the JPC, this is happening in your facility. Then let's find a suitable, a strategy way how to deal with this matter. Then we then agree that a rate is important to be done.
Mr. Mnyamani, I'm sure you understand my question. I know the rate was done. I know it was done by various stakeholders. I'm saying, why do you claim yourself personal credit for its initiation?
No, I don't claim myself. But the question, I was responding to the question that you posed, what have I done? Then we did that together collectively with the JPC.
Moledi o na botsa Mokhanselara Mnyamane gore a o tsa credit kgotsa tlotla yotlhe ya gore ke ena a ileng a kopa gore go batlisiswa go no go dirwe a go teng a gona le mo go kwadileng gongwe gore ke ena a ileng a simolola kopo e ntseng jalo re Mnyamane Mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore go ile ga nna le ngongorego e le gore ile a tla go tswa ko moagi mongwe wa kago eo ke ka foo re ile ra simolola go nna le kopano le batsayakarolo ba ba farologaneng go akaretsa segolobogolo JPC e reka e le bone ba be karabella kago eno jaanong moeledi o ile a botsa gore a ene le wena yo le gore o ile wa simolola gore o dirile initiative ya gore go tle go nne jalo Mokhanselara o ile a re nnyaa e ne e le rona re kopane rotlhe ke ka foo go ile ga kgona go nna le rate e ntseng jalo ra le batsayakarolo ba ba farologaneng jaanong o na mmotsa gore gore a tla tlhaloganye sentle go reng jaanong a re ke ene o le gore o ile a dira gore go nne le patlisiso e ntseng jalo re Mnyamane o na tlhalosa gore o na araba potso ele ya gore ene o dirile eng jaaka mokhanselara o na tlhalosa gore jaaka mokhanselara o ile a kopana le ba bangwe gore go tle go nne le patlisiso ya mofuta o.
We're told that the ground floor at Usindiso was full of shacks. You were aware of that, I take it.
No, the last time I was there was no shacks.
Moeledi a re go na ga kgotsa go tsetse go boletse gore go ne go na le mokhukhu ko ground floor ya kago eno a o ne o itse ka gone mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore ka la bofelo fa a ne a le koo go ne go sena mekhukhu.
Let me work this out. For the whole of 2023, you were never there.
No.
Moeledi o ile a re e re ke tle ke tlhaloganye sentle kgang eno go raya gore ngwaga otlhe wa 2023 ga ise a ye kwa Usindiso ko kagong eo mokhanselara a re nnyaa.
The whole of 2022?
Azange, and I've never went inside that building. Never.
Ngwaga wa 2022 mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore le se ga ise a go a bo a tsene mo kagong eo.
No, I don't understand the word never now. You told us how you went for a walkabout there and with even former ex-mayor Mashaba, didn't you?
I did. That it was before. That was before. If you check the year,
Before what?
It's not 2020. It's not 2020. It was 2018.
I'll go to 2018. Don't rush me.
Okay.
2022, nothing. You didn't go.
I didn't go.
moemedi a re jaanong o tlhakanne tlhogo o tlhoka gore a tlhalosetswe ka gonne fa mokhanselara a dirisa lefoko never gore le se mme gone a la tlhalosa gore ba ne ba dirile walkabout le ratoropo wa pele o ka ja mokhanselara o re a tlhalosa gore walkabout eo e ne a dirwa pele ka ngwaga wa 2018 mme moeledi a re a se ka itlhaganelwa sa ntse a tla fitlha mo 2018 a ba botsa gape gore jaanong 2022 a ga ise a ko aye kwa kagong mokhanselara o ile a re nnyaa
2021, never.
No.
ngwaga wa 2021 le gone le seng
2020, no, never.
No.
ngwaga wa 2020 le gone le seng
2019, never.
I went in 2019. Remember, that was the time that we told them we have a meeting when they said they wanted to go there, and we said, no, we can't go there inside there.
ka 2019 mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore o ile aya re gopole gore ke ka nako e le gore go ile gana le kopano ya fa ba bangwe ba ne ba tla go tsena koo mme re ra bolelela gore ba ka se kgone go tsena mo kagong eo.
You're saying 2019 there were never shacks and people from Amaxhosa staying in the building.
Can you repeat your question?
2019. You say there were no shacks built in the building.
I said the last time that I was there, then there were no shacks inside that building.
Yeah, I'm trying to see when in 2019 we were there, when shacks were not there, because that's not the evidence we have been listening to.
Okay.
When in 2019 did you go in the building when there were no shacks in 2019?
Actually, in 2019, then we were even outside the building when we were addressing the people of Emakosen, not inside the building.
Moeledi o ile a botsa gore ka 2019 fa a re o ne a ile ka bo ene kwa kagong eo a go ne go sena mekhukhu kgotsa go sena baagi ba Emaxhoseng ba ile gore ba de ba nna koo o na tlhalosa gore nya go ne go sena batho bao jaanong moeledi o ile a batla go tlhaloganya sentle ka go mmotsa gore ke leng ka 2019 fa o ne o ile la bofelo ko kagong eno mokhanselara o tlhalosa gore ba ile ba na le kopano eo ka 2019 ko kagong ko yone kago eo mme gone e ne se mo teng ga kago fa ba ne ba tshwere kopano eo.
The address was not in the building, you say?
It's even then in paragraph 21, where I stated the meeting was outside of the building. It's here, outside the building, not inside. It's stated here.
Moeledi o ile mmotsa gore jaanong a kopano eo e ne sa tshwarwa mo teng ga kago mokhanselara o ile a dira tshupiso ya serapa sa 21 mo ene ka bo ene a na tlhalosa gore kopano e ne e tshwerwe kwa ntle ga kago e teng e kwadilwe gore e ne e le kwa ntle ga kago.
We also heard that the people who were reported for crimes would be arrested in the morning and in the afternoon would be back. Were you alive to that?
That one is a report that I was told, because when people were arrested, they were arrested during the raid. What that was told about, I was informed about it, but I was not present during that time when the blitz was happening. When the raid was happening, I was not part of it, but I got the report that there were people who were arrested there. If how they were released, maybe then the subs will able to give the evidence to that. Maybe also the chiefs, because they're the one who opened the case.
Moedi o ile a botsa kgotsa o ile a tlhalosa gore go na le batho ba ile gore ba ile ba bega bosenyi jo le gore bone bo direga koo le gore basenyi ba ne ba tshwarwa mo mosong le fa go ntse jalo fa ile maitsibua ba ne ba setse ba golotswe mokhanselara o reng ka kgang eno mokhanselara o ne a tlhalosa gore ka nako ya fa go ne go dirwa rate e bidiwang blitz o na seyo ka yone nako eo le fa go ntse jalo o ile a amogela pego ya patlisiso e ntseng jalo mme a ba tlhalosa gore kganya ya gore batho ba ile ba golola kgotsa basenyi ba ile ba golola gongwe go ka nna botoka fa le gore SAPS e nne bone ba ba arabang kgotsa G-Fleets e le gore ke bone ba ile gore ba ile ba tsenya kgetsi gongwe ke bone ba ile gore e ka nna batho ba botoka go ka araba.
Please stay focused on the question as framed. I don't want to misunderstand your answers. Is it okay?
Okay.
Moeledi o kopile mokhanselara gore a tlhome mogopolo mo potsong e le gore ya bodiwa le gore ha arabe go ya ka potso e bodiwang e le gore go seke ga nna le go sa utlwane kgotsa tlhakatlhakana.
The evidence that people would be arrested only to come back later in the day is consistent with your knowledge, I'm sure.
No, it's not consistent. Because, can I explain? Then, it's not many occasions that people were arrested there. That I got the report that these people were arrested and they on the second day were out. No, I don't have that information.
Moeledi o ile a re dipego kgotsa bosupi jo re bo boneng jwa gore batho ba ne ba tshwarwa mme ba gololwa ka letsatsi le lengwe kgang eno e tsamaisana le se wena le se mokhanselara a se itseng mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore nnyaa ga di tsamaisane le sena le ena a se itseng ka gonne dipego tse le gore a ne a di bona di ne di sa tlhalose ka gore go na le batho ba ile gore ba ne ba tshwarwa mme ba gololwa ka letsatsi le lengwe.
Evidence is that there were murders committed in that building. Were you aware of that?
I heard it about the murder, but I don't know who was murdered and who committed the murder.
But I didn't ask you who was murdered. Please help me. You knew the information, right?
Yes.
What did you do about it as a councillor and a leader?
I reported, I told the JPC, with this JPC, this is what is happening in your facility. Take control of your facility. Take charge of your facility.
Okay.
Moeledi o ile a botsa gore kgotsa o ile a re go na le bosupi jo bo tlileng jwa gore go na le dipolao tse ne di direga ko kagong eo a mokhanselara o ne a itse ka tsone mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore o kile a utlwela ka dipolao tseo mme gore go boleilwe mang kgotsa ke mang yo o boleileng o na sa itse mokhanselara moemedi o ile a moemisa go se kaenyana a re nnyaa ga ise ke botse seno gore ke mang ga ka botsa ka mang mme gore a o no o itse gore go ne go na dipolao tse di diregang mme mokhanselara o ile a re jaanong potso ke gore mokhanselara o ile a dira eng fa sena go itse ka dipolao tseo o ile a tlhalosa gore o ile a begela JPC e re ka ile bone ba ikarabelelang ka kago eno le gore ba tshwanetse gore ba dire sengwe ka kgang eno e re ka ile bone beng ba kago.
Can you give us the name and face of the JPC person you told?
Is a stakeholder manager, Sipho Manganyi.
Moeledi o ile a botsa gore a o ka kgona gore go bolelela gore ke mang kwa JPC mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore ke stakeholder manager e bong re Sipho Manganyi.
That the building was not fire safe compliant, is it a matter you raised with anyone?
Can you repeat the question?
That the building was not fire safe compliant. It did not comply with the fire safety law. You are aware of that fact?
I'm aware because that's why it was, even the clinic was closed. That's what the MMC of Safety and Mayor Mashaba said.
Moeledi o ile a botsa gore kgang ya gore kago eno e ne e sa tsamaisane le melao ya pabalesego ya molelo a o ne a itse ka yone a gogotsa sorry before a botsa seno gore a wile a tlhagisa kgang eno mme o ile a tlhagisetsa ko go mang mokhanselara o ile a kopa gore a tle moeledi a boletse potso mme moeledi o ile a re a o ne o itse ka kgang ya gore ka go eno ga e tsamaisane le melao ya pabalesego ya melelo mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore go ntse jalo mme re le ra itsisiwe ke MMC ya pabalesego mmogo le ratoropo e le gore le re Mashaba ka nako eo.
Amaxhoseni, it's an informal settlement right in the middle of the city. Is that fair to describe it like that?
Yes.
Moeledi o botsa gore Amaxhoseni ke lefelo la baipei mo gare ga toropo a go maleba gore e tlhalosiwa ka tsela e ntseng jalo mokhanselara o ile a re
You're not aware of any bylaw that makes that permissible, right?
I'm aware.
Maybe you didn't understand the question.
Yes, you may repeat your question, Advocate Semenya.
Thank you, Chair. You're not aware of any law that makes an informal settlement in the heart of the city permissible, are you?
No, I'm not aware.
Moeledi o ile a botsa gore a go na le molao o o itseng o letlelela molao wa masepala o o itseng o letlelelang seno se direge fa a tlhalosa potso sentle gore a go na le molao o o itseng o o leng teng o letlelelang gore go nne le lefelo la baipei mo gare ga toropo mokhanselara o ile a tlhalosa gore ga itse molao o ntseng jalo.
Were you alive to the fact that the building had undocumented people living in it?
I was told that there are illegal people that are staying in that building, but I've never met them. I don't know them. I was just heard it.
But I didn't ask you whether you know them. You're making this deliberate, Mr. Mnyamanine.
Moeledi o ile a botsa gore go tlhalositse gore go na le batho ba ile gore ga bana ditokomana tse di maleba tsa boagi ko kagong eo a o na itse ka gone mokhanselara a re o kile a bolelelwa go gontse jalo le fa go ntse jalo ga itse batho bano ebile ga ise a kopane le bone batho ba ile gore ga bana ditokomane tse di siameng tse di maleba tsa boagi mme jaanong moeledi o ile a tlhagisa mokhanselara gore ga a ka botsa gore a wa ba itse na mme go lebega ekete o dira ka bomo ke tsela ya gago ya go araba.
You say the building was designed for occupation by women and children who suffered abuse.
Yes.
I want to suggest to you that you cannot be right. The building was never designed as a residential building. Your comment.
I cannot be sure about that. I cannot say yes or no, because before it was used as a home affairs, something like that, but there were people that were staying there. Those women, abused women, were staying there, were approved to stay there by social development.
Well, social development doesn't approve people to sit or not sit. But anyway, those are the questions we have for the witness.
Moeledi o ile a re ka go eno o tlhalosi mo counselor o tlhalositse gore e ne le lefelo la basadi le bana ba ile gore ba ntse ba sutliwa ba ile gore ba ne ba nna koo jaanong le fa go ntse jalo go gore a go ntse jalo na mo counselor o ile a re moeledi a ba re le fa go ntse jalo ka go eno e ne sa tshwanela gore e ka nna le baagi so kganya gore e ne diretse basadi le bana ga se yone gore yaanong moeledi wa reng ka yone kgang eno moeledi o le a tlhalosa gore nnyaa a ka seke a re kgotsa nnyaa ka gonne pele ga gore basadi le bana ba ba sutliwang ba tle koo e ne ntse dirisiwa ke ditheo tse di farologaneng tse di jaaka home affairs le gone lefapha la social development ke lone le le gore le la nesetsa pula kgang ya gore basadi le bana e nne bone ba ile gore ba tsene mme ba age koo basadi ba ba sutlilweng mme gone moeledi o ile a re go ka se kgonagale gore e nne lefapha la tlhabololo ya loago ba ile gore ke bone ba ka neelanang tumelelo ya gore batho ba nne mo lefelong.
No further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Siminya. Mr. Mgomezulu.
Thank you, Chair. No question. Some of the issues that we would have sought clarity on have been sufficiently covered by Advocate Semenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mgomezulu. Mr. Sidumedi.
Chair, I can confirm there are no re-exam questions that arise out of
Yes.
discussions between Mr. Nyamini and evidence leader. If that's okay with the chairperson, I would just like to admit Councillor Nyamini's statement as COJ 10.
It is so admitted.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mnyameni, for coming to give evidence before this commission. You may step down as a witness.
Chair, that is the business for the day. There have been some logistical difficulties which necessitate our request that the matter stand out until Monday. We have 3 witnesses for Monday. If we may find that direction, Chair.
Yes. Mr. Sidumedi, you'll have your 3 witnesses on Monday.
Correct, Chair. That is the intention to ensure that Monday, I just spoke to the evidence leader, that it also might be Tuesday, but I think Monday there are witnesses that we have lined up. As to why there will be 3, Chair, I do not want to fully consider, but indeed there will be at least minimum of 2 witnesses for Monday.
Okay. Okay, these proceedings are adjourned until Monday. What is the date on Monday? The 26th of February, 2024 at 10 o'clock.